Just checking the sound. Good morning, colleagues. Is that all right? Is that audible? Okay. We're starting in the next 30 seconds. Just two people coming in there now. Are we set online with the online participants? Let me just check at the back there. Colleagues at the back, are we fine with the online participation? Good to go. All right, excellent. Colleagues, good morning. My name is Philani Mthembu. I'm heading the Institute for Global Dialogue, a foreign policy think tank associated with the University of South Africa. It's really a pleasure to invite you this morning to this dialogue, which is co-hosted by the Institute for Global Dialogue, but in collaboration with the Embassy of the People's Republic of China in Pretoria, the Institute for Pan-African Thought and Conversation at the University of Johannesburg, the Association of China-Africa Smallholder Agriculture, and Fudan University. And many of these institutes are also forming part of the panel discussions that are prepared today, both as speakers but also as moderators. Today's discussion is titled FOCAC at 24, China-Africa Relations in the New Era. And of course, this comes shortly after the FOCAC summit in China was hosted. And many of you colleagues who are familiar with the Institute, we are a foreign policy think tank based here in Tshwane. What we try to do is to advance a balanced, relevant, and policy-oriented analysis, debate, and documentation of South Africa and Africa's global politics and diplomacy. And what we generally do as a think tank is to strive to promote a broader understanding of the role of foreign policy and diplomacy in the pursuit of national and international development goals. And so the following dialogue, colleagues, comes in a context. Some of you have participated in previous dialogues that the Institute has hosted, where we've looked, for instance, at the Belt and Road Initiative. And this is something that we did last year, towards the end of last year, where we looked at the Belt and Road Initiative and what opportunities it holds for Africa, but also how African countries should pursue their interests within the Belt and Road Initiative. That was a perception study, so it came through interviewing quite a number of elites within government, the private sector, think tanks, and of course labor organizations, and where we really looked at how are people in South Africa at the elite level looking at the relationship between South Africa and China, and between Africa and China more broadly. It's important to note that today's seminar does not come out of a vacuum. It forms part of our ongoing research on Africa's agency in international relations, especially focused on the continent's relations with strategic powers. And so some of this work has included in recent years publications such as a book titled Africa-China Cooperation Towards an African Policy on China, ? Also a book titled China and India's Development Cooperation in Africa, The Rise of Southern Powers. We've also done work, for instance, on China's Belt and Road Initiative, how can Africa advance its strategic priorities? And of course, not forgetting also China, Africa, and South Africa, South-South cooperation in the global era. And so you'll see that this forms part of IGD's work in looking at a very important strategic partnership for South Africa in the form of China, and how that relates to a broader, at least to a changing international landscape. And so today's panelists are essentially, some of them have just returned back from China, and where they were also in attendance for this forum on China-Africa cooperation. So they will bring with them both work that they've been doing in terms of research, but also practically in their own reflections, their own participation in the recently concluded forum on China-Africa cooperation. So colleagues, we really do look forward to a robust engagement this first half of the day. And with that, I would like to introduce an important partner for putting together this particular dialogue, Ambassador Wu Peng, who's ambassador at the Embassy of the People's Republic of China. And I think, you know, when some of the institutes that were putting this event together already before the FOCAC, you know, when they had a conversation with the embassy to say we would like the embassy to form part of today's dialogue. And I think this was well received, and we do appreciate that. And so with that, Ambassador Wu Peng, please take the floor and have your introductory and keynote address. Thank you.
Distinguished Dr. Palani Matembo, Executive Director of the IGD, experts and scholars, colleagues from Diplomatic Corps in Pretoria. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me great pleasure to attend this seminar themed FOCAC at 24, China-Africa Relations in the New Era, co-hosted by Chinese Embassy and IGD. With the great success of the FOCAC Beijing Summit 2 weeks ago, it's indeed timely that we gather together here today to review the development of the forum and explore the future of China-Africa relation in new era. Actually, I arrived to South Africa just 3 months. Before that, I was Director General of Department of Africa Affairs in Chinese Foreign Ministry. So actually, for the FOCAC preparation, I take some credit for the outcome of this time's FOCAC summit. So I would like to share with my observation. FOCAC was established at the turn of the century and has now spanned 24 years. Looking back through history, at every crucial juncture in the development of China-Africa relations, both sides has been able to adopt a forward-looking perspective, identify new areas and opportunities for cooperation, and propel their relationship to new heights. In my over 3 decades of diplomatic service, including nearly 10 years dedicated to Africa affairs, I have personally witnessed how the forum has grown into a towering tree bearing abundant fruit through the hard working from both sides, and I'm very deeply touched by it. Sometimes people ask me why FOCAC summit is important even for common Chinese people. My observation is if someone wants to surf in the sea, you no need necessarily have to a good swimmer, but you must find where is the next wave comes from. I think Africa is the next wave of full of opportunity. So we all attach the importance to cooperation with Africa. Throughout its 24 years, FOCAC has deepened the rules of political mutual trust between China and Africa. As China's first multilateral cooperation mechanism established for an entire continent, the forum has become a crucial platform for collective dialogue between China and Africa and a benchmark for international cooperation with Africa. After FOCAC was founded in year 2000, we obviously can notice that many other uh, African's development partner also established kind of a forum with African continent. When I was working in this field, I always exchanged with other uh, countries, diplomats, exchange the view how we organize the FOCAC, how we set up a follow-up committee even. Chinese government set up a follow-up committee, included more than 30 Chinese cabinet ministry, and to follow up the outcome of every 3 years FOCAC meeting. At this time, the positioning of China-Africa relations was elevated to an all-weather China-Africa committee with a shared future for the new era. China forged or upgraded strategic partnership with 30 African countries, achieving complete strategic partnership coverage with all 53 African nations which it has diplomatic ties. Of course, just one missed in this continent. President Xi Jinping outlined the 6 major aspects for joint modernization efforts between China and Africa and held strategic dialogue with African leaders on international situation and global governance, establishing a new political consensus. Throughout its 24-year FOCAC has strengthened the trunk of practical cooperation between China and Africa. I can share with you some figures. China-Africa trade volume increased from 10.5 billion US dollar in year 2000 to 282 billion US dollar in year 2023, growing nearly 26 times. Of course, we understand our bilateral trade need more balance. I will touch upon this issue later. China has been Africa's largest trading partner for 15 consecutive years. Chinese investment, FDI, in Africa has risen from less than $500 million 2000s to over 40 billion US dollar today. But I think this figure also underestimated or undercalculated. If you added other reinvest or investment, Chinese investment from overseas, it will a little bit bigger than that. An increase, even that, an increase of nearly 100 times in the past 24 years. I mean the FDI from China to Africa. At the summit, President Xi announced that 10 partnership actions for modernization. The adopted Beijing Action Plan includes a total of 253 measures. These fully showcase the pragmatic, inclusive, and progressive nature of China-Africa cooperation and lay out a new blueprint for future collaboration. Throughout its 24 years, FOCAC has enriched the lives of people-to-people exchange between China and Africa. There are a lot of examples I can say, but I just want to emphasize the one point that is, for example, the vocational education. We have a brand called the Luban Workshop, contribute to vocational training, training a growing number of professional, crucial or economic and social development. Uh, because we heard from our African friends, both politicians or common people on the street, they want Chinese cooperation with Africa can, bring some more jobs for local people. We heard of that and we try our best. Now in the continent there are roughly about 13 Luban workshop, and we in this summit also committed to set up more in African countries to can increase help people increase their capacity when they need find a job in the new circumstance. Especially today's world is a technology breakthrough world. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, China always regard cooperation with African countries as a cornerstone of our foreign policy, and is committed to achieve win-win cooperation and common development with Africa. I really don't understand if I use the word win-win, that someone really can misunderstand me that it means China win twice. I don't think so, all right? Win-win means China, Africa win at the same time. In international cooperation with Africa, China has always adhered to the principle of mutual benefit, openness, and inclusive. China welcome and supports any actions that benefit Africa and believes that much action should be made by the entire world. After I became ambassador to South Africa, I once asked by journalists, asked me to comment about AGOA. Actually, I'm not in the position comments on that. But my argument is if the South Africa or the African country welcomes AGOA, I think that is a good initiative. We Chinese said no problem of it. And actually, if it works for African people, we are willing to learn from it. China is ready to encourage in a three-party and multilateral cooperation with more international partners based on respect for Africa's wishes to jointly support Africa development and revitalization. China-Africa cooperation for the new era calls for new measures that suit Africa development. I would like to take this opportunity to emphasize a few points. Firstly, China works actively to optimize the trade structure with Africa rather than pursuing a so-called unilateral trade surplus. Actually, it's very unnecessary. Frankly, to say the total volume, although increased 26 times in the last 24 years, but it's in the total Chinese foreign trade volume. Our trade volume with Africa is relatively small, 282 billion US dollar. But the trade volume between China and our neighbor country Vietnam in year 2023 almost reached 220 billion US dollar. Sorry for that. But it also means the space are very huge that we can increase the contact with the African. From a long-term perspective, China-Africa trade is generally balanced. From 2000 to 2023, China imported a cumulative total of 1.2 trillion US dollar from Africa and export 1.27 trillion US dollar, roughly balanced. With both figures being closed in the short run, in the first half of this year, China's imports from Africa reached 60.1 billion US dollar, marking a significant year-on-year increase of 14%. Of course, we import also increased a lot. China placed particularly emphasized on promoting the import of premium African products. Imports of agriculture products from Africa has seen a continuous increase for 7 years in a row. Of course, agriculture products from Africa, if you calculate the total volume, is not very big compared to minings. But it's also very important for African farmers, right? So I think we worth to committed import more African agriculture products. China has decided to give all LDC countries having diplomatic relations with China zero tariff treatment for 100% tariff lines. This is the new measure we announced in this summit. I think that is made China the first major developing country and the first major economy to take such a step. Of course, when we design that measure, we also, consider, for example, like AGOA, other international partner states in this continent. So we are really honored to our promise. Our cooperation with Africa are open. China is also actively negotiating and signing framework agreements for economic partnership to share development with African countries to provide more unilateral facilitation for Africa products entering the Chinese market. Currently, this time in Beijing, 22 African countries have signed such agreements with China. Actually, this name is a little bit strange. If I call it a FTA, I think every people can understand. But why we don't use the FTA? Because we worried that some African country they worried about if there is a FTA between China, they are afraid of the flood of Chinese products can enter their market. But actually, in these agreements, we do not persuade, reciprocal arrangement according to the norm of international trade. But we are letting, through this agreement, give African countries a unilateral trade privilege. But if we do this, we must follow the rule of WTO. So we need agreements, right? Otherwise, we cannot just say, oh, we give South Africa some tariff privilege. No, it doesn't work. It must have agreement under the rule of WTO. Second, China's funding to Africa supports its capacity building. The so-called debt trap does not exist. I think it's still a hot topic, but actually it's a false, it's a fake narrative. First of all, China has never been Africa's main creditor. The IMF Global Debt Monitor 2023 shows that commercial bonds and multilateral debt accounts for 66% of Africans' total external debt, while China-Africa bilateral debt marks up only 11%. According to research released by UK-based Charity Debt Justice, 35% of Africa's external debt comes from Western private lending institutions, which amounts to nearly 3 times the total of China's loan to Africa. Of course, in some African countries, our share, bilateral loan share in the total it's a relatively high. But if you in the agri continent, we just roughly 10%. All right. Moreover, the vast majority of China's funding to Africa is directly toward infrastructure, talent development, and capacity building, areas that are key drivers of development. And we know if the loan used for production side may be good in the long term for the economic growth, then you use the money loans for the consumption area. Of course, government maybe need to pay salaries or buy some public official cars, but our loan focused on infrastructure and production. Moreover, since the establishment of the FOCAC loan, Chinese companies have constructed and upgraded over 10,000 kilometers of railway, nearly 100,000 kilometers of highway, nearly 1,000 bridges, and close to 100 ports in Africa, along with numerous hospitals and schools. We have also noticed that in Africa Economic Outlook report issued by the African Development Bank is emphasized that the United States Federal Reserve multiple interest hike and the continued strengthening of the US dollar exchange rate have greatly increased the debt repayment burden of many developing countries, including African countries, which partially explain the real causes of Africa's debt problem. But I do not want to point the finger to anyone. Of course, the good news recently Fed cut their interest rates by 50 basic points, right? Even so, China has actively contributed to easing Africa's pressure on debt repayment throughout bilateral and multilateral channels. China is the top contributor to the G20 Debt Service Suspension Initiative, DSSI, and helped solve the debt problems of Zambia and Ghana, Malawi, Chad, under the G20 Common Framework. Okay, actually, we're very active, involved that reconstructing in Africa. So if you really want to call there as a trap, I think it's a trap for creditor. Sorry for saying that. China announced that at the summit that for least developed African countries with a diplomatic tie with China, China will waive their intergovernmental interest-free loans by the end of 2024. President Ramaphosa and many other leaders from Africa and international organizations also publicly, refused the so-called debt trap. To quote President Ramaphosa's own word, I don't necessarily buy the notion that when China invests is with an intention or ensuring that those countries end up in debt trap or in a debt crisis, end quote. So the truth and the facts are clearly for all to see. We also in a dilemma, even some African country following into debt restrict or some crisis in some country. And there are also many African countries still ask financial support. Applying loans from Chinese banks because Chinese commercial concessional loans, the interest rate is much lower than commercial loans. So we have to balance the budget sustainability and the financial need from our African countries. Third, China and Africa has always been a community with a shared future. Rather than China merely trying to halt Africa. President Ramaphosa said in his remarks at the opening ceremony of this summit, I quote, China has a long history of friendship and solidarity with the people of Africa. Since this relationship was institutionalized through FOCAC in 2000s, ties between China and Africa has continued to grow and deepen. This common humanity is what brings African countries and China together under the banner of FOCAC. This summit reflects our shared desire for modernization, development, and progress on African continent in the name of our common humanity. We must work together to achieve the Africa we want, and we must work together to achieve the world we want, I underquote. In its long-term engagement with Africa, China has developed distinctive characteristics such as non-interference in Africa's internal affairs, assistance with no political strings attached, opposition to bloc confrontation in Africa. Actually, Africa as a whole continent, there are 33 less developed countries, right? In the world, only 43 LDC countries. So Africa do need cooperation rather than conflict. I mean, the geopolitical conflict is immoral if introduce the geopolitical fight in this continent. And the resistance to the exploitation of Africa for selfish gains. As a result, China became a reliable friend and sincere partner of Africa, earning the trust and support of African countries and their people. Fourth, China deepens its cooperation with Africa based on complementary advantages, not resources plundering. This is a little bit sensitive topic. African countries place great emphasis on environmental and resources protection, and the vast majority of Chinese companies operating in Africa strictly adhere to local laws and regulation and fulfill their corporate social responsibility. Of course, bad apples are anywhere. I cannot deny some Chinese companies' behavior is unacceptable, even for our government, our embassies based in African. We always try to regulate some misbehavior of very few Chinese companies. So we are willing to work with African governments to let all Chinese companies can fulfill their social responsibility. This is one of the reasons why African countries have continuously chosen Chinese companies over the year. Additionally, China highly values and fully supports Africans' efforts to achieve green coordination and sustainable industrialization at early date. Since President Xi Jinping put forward the initiative on supporting Africa's industrialization in South Africa last year, the BRICS summit side meeting, China announced at this summit that it will support Africa in developing local value chain, manufacturing, and deep processing of critical minerals, building growth circle for China-Africa industrial cooperation in 5 regions, undertake 10 supporting projects of industrial parks for African countries to facilitate Africa's independent and sustainable development. Actually, we make the promise frankly, it's not very easy because it depends on the economic feasibility rather than only depends on our political will. Whether African country can create more commercial friendly environment for investment is the key. During the summit, China, Tanzania, and Zambia signed an MOU, agreed to revitalize Tazara. I must explain a little bit. Tanzania Zambia Railway, which actually constructed in 1970s, 40 years ago, by Chinese government in Tanzania and Zambia. Of course, at that time, we want to support the revolution movement in the SADC countries because at that time South Africa is still under control of the APSAT authorities. They cannot import goods from Port Durban or Cape Town, right? But this, we want to revitalize the Tazara Railway, will improve Africa's rail sea international transportation network and foster greater synergy in China-Africa connective. Of course, maybe this is a competition for South Africa's railway network. South Africans have the most advanced railway network in Africa. But also competition means cooperation opportunity. Think about it. If from Cape Town, Durban to Dar es Salaam, the inland railway network can be connected, it will bring a lot of economic opportunities for everyone, right? So we should welcome competition. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, just before the summit, President Xi wrote a letter in reply to scholars from 50 African countries, encouraging them to enhance their research on the development path of the Global South, China-Africa, and South-South cooperation based on the China-Africa Dar es Salaam consensus. Actually, the Dar es Salaam consensus is reached by China-African scholars just to call a justice development for developing countries or for Global South. You know the famous Washington consensus, right? Is call for deregulation and free foreign exchange rate and cut government subsidies to industry, all these kind of censures in the past 30 years. I think I do not against it. I think sometimes economically it's correct. Some countries do need deregulation. Otherwise, the labor market flexibility cannot be reached, but not very helpful for foreigners consider invest. But we don't think there is a one-size-fits-all measures for developing countries, especially in Africa. So that is why in this May in Dar es Salaam, Chinese and African scholars reached Dar es Salaam consensus. If you have time, I recommend you have a look of that paper. And continue to providing intellectual support for building a high-level China-Africa community with a shared future and safeguarding the common interests of the Global South. I sincerely hope that all experts and scholars present today, or other people concerned about China-Africa cooperation, will freely express their thoughts and offer constructive suggestions, even criticism, for China-Africa cooperation and FOCAC development under the new circumstances and contribution to elevating the all-weather China-Africa community with a shared future for the new era to even greater heights. Lastly, I would like to offer my sincere appreciation to Dr. Madimbo and your IGD for their dedicated efforts in organizing this seminar. I wish today's seminar a very successful. Thank you very much.
Ambassador, thank you very much. And I think it's good to have somebody like Ambassador Wu Peng addressing us around China-Africa relations. I mean, you know, many of you already know that he was the Director General of the Department of African Affairs in China's foreign ministry. So would have worked very closely on FOCAC and other engagements with Africa, both at a technical but also at a political level. So I think it's been good to set that scene. And I think a lot of the points definitely resonate in terms of even South Africa's role within FOCAC, because I think even for South Africa itself, this was quite an important summit. I mean, the first major engagement, you know, from the government of national unity, and many of you would have seen, I mean, various ministers who before the election sat in the opposition benches, and them being exposed at a practical level to engagement with the People's Republic of China, how it is important for South Africa's economic relations, political relations. I mean, many of you will be familiar with even before going to the FOCAC, already the Department of Agriculture was quite optimistic around market access for South African products. And of course, that department is being led by the leader of the opposition. And so this was quite an important summit. I mean, certainly the relationship between South Africa and China, I think in recent years has definitely deepened beyond state-to-state relations. So you're seeing quite a number of engagement amongst non-state actors, political parties, the private sector, think tanks, universities and civil society. And in as much as we have policy advice to our respective governments, but I think it's important also for our institutions to also seize opportunities that are brought on by the relationship with China. So Ambassador, thank you very much for that address. And with that, I would like to invite our moderator for the first panel, Dr. Chido Chashe Enyere, from the Institute for Pan-African Thought at the Pan-African Thought and Conversation at the University of Johannesburg. And sir, you will introduce your fellow panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mtembu. I know my name is a mouthful. It's Chido Chashe. All protocol observed. My task is a very simple one. I am just here to moderate this first session. And in order for me to moderate, I have to have people here to speak to us. And I just want to introduce them and call them up on the stage. The first person who will address us is Ms. Sanusha Naidu. Sanusha Naidu is associated with the Institute for Global Dialogue, which is also associated with the University of South Africa. If we can give them a warm round of applause as they come up here. Welcome. And I also want to introduce the next speaker, and it's Professor Yin Jinghuan. He will be joining us online. He's from Fudan University in China. I'm not too sure if our technical team, we can ascertain if Professor Yin is online. All right, I'm told he's online. Welcome, Professor. We will give you time to address us. I just want to make a formal apology. If you look into the programs, you will realize that there were supposed to be 5 panelists, but we will have 4 panelists. So Professor Paul Tembe is traveling and therefore will not be able to join us. But he was very willing to be a part of this dialogue. On that note, may I also introduce Dr. Mandira Bagwandin from the Stellenbosch University. I'd seen her here. If you can come up and join us. Warm welcome. Last but certainly not least, I would want to call upon Professor David Munyai. Professor David Munyai is with the Center for Africa-China Studies at the University of Johannesburg. Professor Munyai, welcome. Maybe I just have to go straight into the rules of engagement. The rules of engagement are thus set as follows. So I'll give each panelist 8 to 10 minutes. So 10 minutes will be the most you can do, and that will be the cutoff time for you to deliver your address before we engage you. And this is how we will do it. Each panelist will receive their 10 minutes to address us, and we will just go according to the way we are sitting. We all address this audience before we engage you on the question and answer segment. But before we go there, before we ask our panelists to engage, I just want to set a tone for this engagement, for this dialogue. And I think this dialogue comes at a very opportune time and a very timely time as well. Because part of it is because there are academics here, there are professionals here, but also there are activists, there are scholar activists, and there are practitioners of policy. So if you like, we can argue that this dialogue, it's a combination or culmination of the gown and the town, the coming together of the gown and the town to exchange ideas and cross-pollinate our ideas with each other. It was very impressive for me to hear Ambassador Wu Peng address us and speak to us, because the context is FOCAC, right? The Forum for Africa-China Cooperation. Coincidentally, he spoke about AGOA, the Africa Growth Opportunity Act. And I'm saying coincidentally because both forums, if you like, both programs started in the year 2000. AGOA was enacted in the year 2000, and FOCAC started in the year 2000. But it's ironic that you will hear a Chinese ambassador, a whole ambassador, speaking about AGOA and willing to learn from AGOA. For me, it struck me because it's not common. It's actually not common, because much of what we know, we tend to be informed, and we tend to be heavily informed by the Euro-North American normative. And the Euro-North American normative has it that there is a huge dichotomy that is irreconcilable between China and America. But for us, we are privileged to have a whole ambassador here willing to learn and willing to support any initiative that helps the African people to progress. It's important for us to take note of that. The Pan-Africanist in me and the political scientist in me refuses to believe in these ideas that present our world as polarized. There is a lot of opportunity for us to collaborate. And of course, I know our panelists will be able to distill these ideas further into our discussion. We sit as Africans with 55 states, 54 if you ask Morocco. But I argue that we have 55 states, right? The point is, the Forum on China-Africa cooperation is very important because it is one initiative that brought all African countries together to negotiate as one in relation to our trading partners. So it's very important for that. And by the way, we are very aware that the Chinese people, people from China, their government and the people, the ordinary people in China, played a very important role for the liberation of African countries. So it's very befitting that they led us with this forum to try and address African issues collectively as African countries. So without further ado, I just want to welcome the panelists and to start our dialogue today. Ms. Naidu, you can come to the podium. You have 10 minutes. Oh, fine. You can address us from there. You will have your 10 minutes, and your 10 minutes start now. I'll be timing you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And let me also just greet the ambassador, his staff at the embassy, political counselor, and other members of the embassy, my colleagues at IGD, and of course other representatives from other diplomatic missions, colleagues and friends. I think it's really important for us to acknowledge that this is a multi-dimensional discussion with various views and interests being relayed today. I'm not sure what else I can say after the introduction, the ambassador's opening remarks, Philani's intervention, and of course the chair's kind of contextualization of where we are right now. And this is something that, for people who know me, it's a difficult one to say I don't know what to say. But I think when I look at FOCAC and FOCAC 2024, and I think about where we are with regard to the Africa +1 summits, we have to contextualize the consistency of the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, particularly because it comes at a time where structural conditions in the African continent were also wavering, both at the political level, the economic level, the security level, and more importantly, from a kind of structural soft power level. The end of the 1990s was a very important era for the African continent. Its trading relations with most of its traditional partners were at a spectacular level, based on a level of conditionality. And so when we contextualize FOCAC within those structural conditions, I think sometimes what we do, both in the context of the framing of the narrative, but also the framing of the argument, is we kind of say, well, it's a small, negligible amount in terms of the trade. And I think the ambassador's point about comparing the almost equivalency of the total trade that China has with Africa, with Vietnam, is a very important point to emphasize, because you're dealing with a continent, and it's a bilateral between Vietnam and China. But what we don't really get in the discussion is we get these kinds of very truncated narratives. We compare China's relationship with Africa, but we don't compare it with the Africa +1 summits. We compare it in kind of isolation. And I think what's interesting for me is 4 things that struck me, and this is my academic in me that's coming out, that why FOCAC 2024 is so critical is because structural conditions in the international system have changed. And it's changed in 4 ways. And I'm a real ardent fan of Susan Strange's International Political Economy. And that Warwick School of Thought tells me that there's 4 pillars in the international system that has fundamentally shifted from 2000 to 2024, with major events interrupting that period. Whether we talk about the 2001 war on terror, we talk about the financial crisis of 2007, 2008, or we talk about COVID 2019. But those had very important impacts on structural conditions, on production, on security, on knowledge production, and on finance and credit. And so if you take FOCAC, the one thing that's fascinating is the consistency. Don't look at the measurements for now. We have to look at it at some point. But there's a consistency even when there was this interruption in the global economy. Whether it was having a virtual online or not a virtual online or coming together, that consistency has been almost like a slow burn. So it's not about what's the spectacular number, but it's about the consistency of the cooperation and building those blocks of the cooperation going forward. And so you see that in the context of FOCAC 2024, that under security, you're talking about a kind of economic security that ties in with a global modernization architecture, with a kind of understanding of what finance and credit should look like, but also bringing it into production. So in other words, what you really have in this whole architecture of the Africa Plus One is the four pillars of the global system undergoing immense change. It's pivotal. And that immense change means that security doesn't have to be security as we always know it, only in a kind of traditional sense. It's human security, it's human development, it's capacity building, it's around the idea of economic security. And you see this in FOCAC 2024 around the modernization question. It's a form of security of interest, but security of people's livelihoods and lives. On production, it's about bringing manufacturing back into the low-cost areas of Africa. And it's also about building that industrialization and modernization, which is a very important line in the declaration, which talks about modernization, and this is my interpretation, so I'm basically looking at it from my perspective, that modernization is not just for a few, it's for everybody. And how you modernize is linked to how you link back to your industrialization. The issue of knowledge production is around the vocational training, the skills upgrading, the learning, the peer learning, the knowledge production. So in a way, it comes back to what the chair was talking about, a kind of Eurocentric or a Western-centric interpretation of what the narratives are. But the narratives have to start taking into account that the global conditions of the international system are no longer the same. It has changed. New forms of credit, new forms of finance, whether you do it with a localized payment system as you see in the BRICS, but you're aligning it to development initiatives. And this, for me, were three fundamental points that came out in FOCAC 2024. The alignment of the Belt and Road Initiative to the Global Development Initiative, to the Global Security Initiative, but most importantly, the Civilizational Initiative. Because civilizations don't exist in vacuums. They exist based on modernity. And modernity has existed over time. But we tend to kind of mute certain modernities in favor of others. The second issue is looking at how connectivity is not just economic, but it's also political. It's security, and it's about people-to-people exchanges. So I think one of the key things around the Tazara Railway is a connectivity that's historical based on friendship, but has now been upgraded based on economic interest going further. So it's tying your relationships within these various strands of structural power. And then, of course, the last point for me, and I'll end here, Chair, is really this question from my side, is how do we measure FOCAC through an African kind of benchmarking? How do we know what has been achieved? How do we actually measure those kinds of impacts that we want to see? Do we do it through our oversight mechanisms at national level in parliaments, at the regional level in parliaments? Do we do it in terms of the feedback we give back to our policymakers? And I think that's the major gap right now, because a lot of the information that we get about FOCAC is that we are basically retrieving it outside of our mainstream media. We are retrieving it based on what we want to, where we're getting this information that's coming from, not within the African context. And I think one of those key things around the Dar es Salaam consensus, which is really important, is a monitoring and evaluation consensus on FOCAC. Thank you.
Naidu. You were right on time, actually. So thank you so much. Without wasting time, may I just call upon Professor Yin? I know he's online. I'm just hoping he can hear me. Professor Yin, are you there? Professor Yin, if you can hear me, the audience is here for you. You have 10 minutes to deliver your address to us. Over to you.
And it's a great, great pleasure to be on this platform, and particularly it's a pleasure to be on this panel. Like the previous panelists, I don't think I have anything new to add to the fantastic talk that the ambassador delivered. And of course, I really appreciate the previous panelists bringing forward the IPE perspective, particularly the structural problems, the structural pressure that the world has been facing in the past decades, if not centuries. And this is exactly my starting point. I think the only thing I can bring forward or add to the discussion is the historical and theoretical perspective to the discussion. We tend to think about China and FOCAC as a relatively new thing. Sure, the FOCAC was proposed in the early 2000s, and it has been intensified in the recent years, and particularly in the recent couple of years. But we forgot to think that this is a result of a long-term aspiration for a different world order, and an aspiration that some of the scholars will call it the Global South Project or call it the Third World Project. And China, as well as Africa, has been a part of this project for at least more than half a century. So how do we understand this long aspiration for a different world order? Allow me to to start with a question that our ambassador has posed in his remarks. We have been subject to the belief of China being a threat towards the rest of the world. China has been involved in a competition, a struggle for domination with the United States. How do we counter that narrative, and what does that narrative bring forward to us? I think it is important to think this as a epistemological issue. I would argue that it is that the corporation, the South-South Corporation, to better understand the South-South Corporation, we need to have a epistemological transformation. The South-South Corporation is a history of self-empowerment in the Global South. It needs to be understood not from a top-down order-making epistemology, but understands it as a dialectical process. This allows us to see the relationship between the whole and the parts, whole being the global collective and the parts being the individual state, between hegemony and anti-hegemony, between the developed and underdeveloped, and between the South and the North as the fundamental driving forces of human history. Within this epistemology, today's Global South represents a consciously expanding and inevitably continuing global coalition of those seeking true equality. This conscious coalition began with 29 participating countries at the Bandung Conference in 1955, expanded to 48 countries and regions at the 1957 Conference of Afro-Asian People's Solidarity Movement, then to the Group of 77 plus China at the United Nations, then to the 120 members of the non-aligned movement, and now to the present day, the Global South. This ever-changing reality reflects the essence of this conscious union political, legal, and social order systems that grow out of the European historical context were brought to the rest of the world inevitably, continuously attempting to reshape it in its own image. And that's why today, flooded in the IR rhetoric, we start to believe that the world needs a hegemon. We start to believe that the world system, the world order needs to be top down, and the global south needs its modernization out of the charity from the global north. In this historical process, the world began to establish universal connections, of course, on material level, on a global scale. This process was both material and economic, as well as intellectual and political. Its foundation lies in the notion that large-scale industry connected people on the earth, making all small local markets part of the world market. At one time, the construction of this world market played a historical role in preparing the world for quote-unquote civilization and progress. And the source of that modernization was described as solely coming from the global north. However, today, this hegemonic model, originating from European historical experience, has failed to deliver its promises. The long-awaited peace and prosperity still have not arrived. On the contrary, the old hegemon-centric order, as I put forward at the time, has brought to the entire world a Hobbesian-style fear among states and the destructive trade competition that the West repeatedly experienced. From the China threat rhetoric to the belief that the strong nation will inevitably seek domination, this hegemon-centric view has repeatedly iterated the concern over the rise of China. However, turning a moral blind eye towards a long track record of wars caused by liberal interventionism. Part of the China threat rhetoric is to discredit China's repeated statement that it is a member of the Global South. Only by isolating China from the collective Global South historical experience, the answer to the how China sees the world question could then be a tight fit in the hegemon-centric worldview. The anchor point of the China threat rhetoric falls on the ahistorical illusion that either China has always been a major power in the world, or its reemergence is a miracle. In fact, how modern China breaks free from the hierarchical world market and the fate of becoming just another dependent on the capitalist core nations are the two questions we should truly ask when trying to understand the so-called reemergence of China. Only when we view China as part of the long-lasting Global South project, we can then understand the historical significance of China's rise, not as China's rise, but as the Global South achieving modernization, striving for modernization through South-South cooperation. This so-called new, and particularly the view of China as the Global South, part of the Global South, is of significance in today's newly acquired political momentum of the Global South. Consequently, we could then truly address the question of how China sees the world. The Global South project emerges in the context of a capitalist globalization. It is a political reaction towards the structural problem of the economic development of the capitalist world market. And of course, in addition to that, the social political condition that caused by such a global inequality. The global north formed along with the global expansion of capitalism conceived a hierarchical order. This understanding of the world order, shaped by the imperialist practices of the West, interprets the establishment of human peace and order as a process of monopolizing truth and power. Since the 20th century, the formation of the global north in Germany has primarily revolved around the design of international institutions and state construction driven by this precise hegemon-centric epistemology. This institutional design operates on two levels, consent and force. On the level of consent, It emphasized the civilizing mission of powerful, advanced nations towards weaker, less developed ones. On the level of force, it permits intervention of strong states to the weaker states. To the oppressed, if we shift the perspective away from the hegemons to the oppressed,
Professor
the promise
Yin,
of yet to come freedom.
Professor
Yes.
Yin, if you may please wrap up in 2 minutes. Sorry to cut you off, but we are really pressed for time.
Sorry. Yes. So if we shift the attention to the hegemon, to the oppressed, then the hegemon-centric order, which gains its global outreach with the extension of the capitalist world market, does not create a common condition for the oppressed. Such a common condition consequently enables a common awareness among the oppressed that struggles for liberation and liberty among the colored people that have inherited oneness. This oneness means that although the hegemon domination appears to be at different formats and adopts different policies in various areas, anti-hegemonic liberation movements could still draw inspiration and seek support from each other. That is the South-South cooperation. Sorry about extending my time, but here ends my 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Yin. May I just make this intervention? Our first speaker, Ms. Naidu, will have to leave us in a short while. So before we let her go, I just wanted to allow a couple of questions that are addressed specifically to her. So let's open a round of questions specifically addressed to Ms. Naidu's presentation. I see a hand here, 1. I see Dr. Malusi there, 2 and 3. All right. First gentleman there.
Can I go?
Yes.
Okay. Kenny Mabosa. I'm a layman, so I don't have the academic language. Oh, for the camera. Okay, good. Okay, sorry about that. My remark is broader, but again, I would really like to hear your comment. It relates to space exploration. Okay, we are in an inflection point now, at least from my conceptualization or understanding of things as a layman. Right, China has a successful space program. In fact, when you look at BRICS, it's China, it's Russia, and the rest of the, part of what we call the global south. It seems to me that it could be a low-hanging fruit for, for Africans to synergize, for African countries to synergize, particularly with China, because of, its recent track record regarding to space. So in short, we also want Africans to have space tourism, to have your asteroid mining. You know what I'm saying? We want to go to deep space as well. I may not go, but maybe my children want to do that as well. So I just want to hear your comment on that. Thank you.
Dr. Malusi there. Second question. And may I ask that the questions be very brief?
Siyathokoza. Thank you very much. Dr. Naidu, thank you very much for putting in context our structural relationship, our strategic relationship with FOCAC, which is very important. And you pivoted on the consistency, which is very important because it puts together the hard power and the soft power relationship thereof. My question is, effectively up to now, if you look at South Africa and SADC, we've been effectively deindustrialized. There is no serious industrialization going on, the manufacturing thereof, given the debt of America of 35 trillion plus, right? I do not see America driving the economy, so to speak. How do you see us improving our relationship with China in terms of industrializing and getting our manufacturing value addition, as the ambassador said, to benefit the local people? How will it go when the environment is very hostile, so to speak, right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The last question, the gentleman in the corner there.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Professor Sanusha Naidu, dear friend, something we've been talking about, and I do appreciate the academic discussion and everything, but as a diplomat based in Pretoria, I'm João from the Embassy of Brazil. I think I'd appreciate, and maybe my colleagues, also some more practical readings on the consequences of the last FOCAC for South Africa, and specifically in practical terms. I mean, if there could be some considerations on that. And also how it's been discussed that South Africa apparently has some resistance towards the BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative. So if this kind of resistance has been, somehow diluted in the past FOCAC and with time. Thank you so much.
Over to you.
Thank you, and thank you for the questions, and thank you for conferring a doctorate on me. I really appreciate it. On space cooperation, I mean, I think this is part of these new frontier areas of collaboration, where you start seeing not just around the kind of engagements that can be enhanced further than just economic cooperation, but cooperation that kind of goes beyond like a kind of Star Trek, enterprise kind of approach. And to me, I think that it's opened up the market, not just in terms of whether our future generation can go and have a hiatus in space. I think we've done enough damage in Earth before we can go to space. But I think it is about how do you look at the kind of militarization of issues around space, the satellite links and the information and who's launching what, and all of these things which take on a different dimension. Whether you call it weather, looking at it for weather patterning, or you're looking at how to identify early warning systems and so forth. It's an area that I think scares me more than opportunity, because we've kind of moved into a space or into an area where it becomes much more difficult for us to understand what's going on around Earth's atmosphere. So for now, I'm very cautious on that. I think it's something we need to think about in terms of what kind of space policy you have, who underwrites that. Is it the AU? Is it regional economic communities? Is it countries, etc.? And it's something that, for me personally, I'm not sure you can take it outside of a benign context. I think for me, it comes with a lot of heavy kind of politicization and that for me, and geopoliticization of issues. So, I think one of the challenges is really around how much the climate change and the whole disruptive nature of climate change is going to become about how do you link this back to what is benign policy and what is non-benign policy. And that for me is about interest. So I hope that kind of gives you a sense of my thinking on that. On industrialization, I think we've always kind of, perhaps this is why I'm gray, is we always ask that question. What is the industrialization side from not necessarily the Chinese side, but more from the African side? Where is your hubs of industrialization? Where are your demonstration centers? How are you creating industrial zones in your SADC policy, in your RISDP, your Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan? I mean, there are about, I think, Pelani, there were about more than 10 plans. None of it has kind of galvanized itself. And it's not the responsibility of the external partner to come in with an industrialization plan. It's your responsibility. And so one of the things that struck me about the industrialization issues and what was said at FOCAC is how much of the rhetoric actually becomes policy actionable implementation outcomes. And that's going to be key. The second thing is, if you're getting duty-free and market-free access, the world is operating also on the WTO. And the WTO has varying scales of tariff escalation, taxes on products. So the more value added the product is, the more it comes with tariff escalations. What are those 100 or whatever products that are going to go into the market, whether in China, whether in the US, whether in the EU? How much of that value addition comes from source? And the big challenge right now is the critical minerals issue, and how that's kind of becoming part of the space. So I think, you know, the real issue for me is the kinds of nuts and bolts of evaluation of what is industrialization and what is happening in the African side around industrialization. Because you have to set the pace. It cannot be that your pace is set outside in these Africa +1 spaces. So that for me is critical, and I think that come 3 years later, and it's a very short time frame, 3 years later, you're going to ask the same question about industrialization, and I hope by that time we'll have a better answer for you in terms of how do you take the regional projects around connectivity, around trade corridors, around market access, around movement of goods and services, etc., and how do you actually increase your port and infrastructure transport logistics in order to create the industrialization, and how much of it is built into your agreements, which sometimes agreements have non-disclosure clauses. So you don't know what's in those agreements as well. So we've got to also think about that as in the context of what is industrialization beyond just, you know, how do you create it? How do you create it in the sense of a policy decision that is then implementable? On South Africa and China and FOCAC, I mean, I think that for me personally, this was a reset of South Africa-China relations. It was really much a very interesting first outing, as Philani said, of the GNU. The priorities under the National Development Plan, which is key to the several pillars of the National Development Plan. But I think what is interesting is you saw an energy in Beijing from the South African delegation, including ministers from the opposition parties like the DA, who kind of found, I think, their kind of excitement around things that get done. I mean, you saw the Minister of Home Affairs talk about increasing the tourism, bringing down the bureaucratic red tape. You saw the Public Works Minister talk about meeting with counterparts on the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank, talking about more accessible finance for infrastructure development. And I think there was a bit of a spring and a hop in their skip, so to speak, in China, because they kind of found themselves gelling in terms of where they want to be, in terms of what the economic development is. On the BRI, and maybe my colleagues will have more than I do, but on the BRI in South Africa, I think one of the clauses in the declaration that in the joint statement that came out was how the BRI now is aligning and perhaps even becoming closely forged with President Ramaphosa's Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Program. And that's key, because the big challenge for us right now is what is the developmental agenda going forward? How do you align to, and that's why the NDP has become kind of front and center. But the NDP also has to go through its own kind of evaluation. And right now, I think, was it yesterday or the day before, a whole lot of chapters around the NDP have been published around some of the key benchmarks. And I think the BRI, from what we could gather in our study, is the thing for me is, I think the understanding of the BRI in Africa is not the same understanding of the BRI in Asia. And we've got to make that distinction. Because in South Africa, the region and the continent, it's about doing projects that are basically within the mainstream project timeframe, that is not going to become too expensive, and underlines this byline, small is beautiful. And what are the small projects that are going to achieve development in South Africa? It's around your grid, your electricity grid. It's around renewable energy. It's around connectivity. It's around your electricity access. It's around poverty. It's around your water sanitation. Those are small, doable, and perhaps within manageable financing structures. But that's what I think is going to be interesting around this alignment between BRI and the President's Economic Recovery Reconstruction Program. Let me end there.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ms. Naidu, for those responses, and thank you so much for your invaluable contribution. What I did is what I also think leadership in Africa. I just had to make that unilateral call, but I think it was necessary. Now I want to continue with the program. We still have two panelists here. So the next panelist to speak and address us is Dr. Mandira. You also have your 8 minutes. If we can try to stick to those timelines. Over to you, Doc.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Good morning, distinguished guests, Ambassador Wu Peng in absentia, Dr. Pelani Mtembu, members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of the South African government, members of civil society, the public, and of course our guests joining online, all protocols observed. First, thank you to IGD, Dr. Pelani and his team for inviting me to participate in this event. I think what's great is just, Sanusha just provided in her last commentary around alignment, is I'll be speaking to the alignment between the BRI, FOCAC, and the African Union's Agenda 2063. I think the previous two panelists did quite a good job of contextualizing FOCAC and China-Africa ties within the broader changes in the international system, the kind of historical context as well was brought out quite well. So let me get into it, and I'm aware of time, so I'm going to be as efficient as possible. So the BRI, FOCAC, and the AU's Agenda 2063 are definitely key platforms for promoting Africa's development. All three initiatives are complementary. Having read a lot of the documents associated with the initiatives, you definitely do get that sense of complementarity between them. And they have shared, what I'd like to call shared common vectors of development that creates or promotes this trilateral synergy and alignment between all three initiatives. But what I'm going to do is, what I found interesting now in the questions was a lot of the questions around industrialization, economic development. And having looked at these three initiatives, I'm going to focus on the two primary vectors, what I think are the two primary vectors of development cooperation between all three initiatives. So the first for me is obviously infrastructure development and connectivity. The AU Agenda 2063 speaks to building world-class infrastructure. That's one of the primary goals of this Agenda 2063, is to build really, really reliable, efficient infrastructure, both trade-related and energy infrastructure. Those are basically the foundations for trade facilitation. Then we have the BRI through the Maritime Silk Road, the Silk Road Economic Belt, and of course now the Digital Silk Road. And again, this speaks to this conversation around infrastructure development and connectivity. And under the impetus of the BRI, and together with China's, taking into consideration China's national economic interests, the Chinese have, without a doubt, the data doesn't lie, have invested heavily in the continent's infrastructure development, especially in the transport and energy sectors. And of course, FOCAC, for those of us who've been following FOCAC, has always spoken to China's willingness and commitment to develop critical infrastructure projects on the continent. And of course, this is welcomed by many African countries, that are very eager to hasten their development and really, get on the industrialization train. Based on the rhetoric and what's recorded on paper, under this vector of development, there's clearly potential for synergy and obvious alignment on the topic of infrastructure development. But where I think more clarity is needed is when we start looking at the detail. There's often confusion around when Chinese companies and developers come in and build a project. Is that a BRI project? Is that a FOCAC project? We kind of, and especially in academia and research, we're kind of lost as to, so does that train being built, is the Tazara train, will that be labeled as a BRI project? Is it a FOCAC project? And And then likewise, which projects are FOCAC driven as well. So I think specificity on the projects to be undertaken would be great. Which initiative do they align with, or do they align with all initiatives? And of course, always a sticking point in kind of China-Africa studies is clarity on financing and funding of these projects. I think that still needs to be addressed. And also, how are these infrastructure and connectivity projects been chosen? Is it bilaterally? Or if we're looking at it from the Agenda 2063, are we having multilateral discussions with China around key infrastructure projects to meet the AU Agenda 2063's aspirations? And importantly, having studied Chinese railway developments on the continent, I think we also need to have a strong discussion on who's setting the tech standards to determine if it aligns with the AU's goal of world-class infrastructure. We, especially with the railways, a lot of the standards we're seeing are Chinese railway standards, but we still have to, as Africans, have to kind of have a say at the table about these are the standards we want, and we want the developments to meet these standards. Especially, what do we consider world-class infrastructure? You have the Europeans joining in on the railways as well. They're bringing the European standards. So now we're going to have a railway network of mismatched standards. And how is that going to operate? It's going to be more costly. So those more intricate, as Sanusha was saying, nitty-gritty details definitely need to be hammered out a lot more. And as she also said, and I strongly believe it's not the onus on the external actors, we need a lot more kind of technical discussions. The other vector of development, shared common development cooperation, is improving trade facilitation and economic development. So all these three initiatives that I've mentioned speak to improving trade facilitation. In the context on our continent, we have the AFCFTA. It's considered to be our ticket to bettering intra-African trade and African countries' trade with the world. FOCAC has expressed a lot of support for the AFCFTA, and the BRI seeks to improve international trade. So again, on paper, all three initiatives align on this vector of cooperation. But again, as I mentioned earlier, we need that specificity. So specificity around, the mechanisms are being used by both regions to improve trade. And also taking into consideration the geopolitical climate, the politicization or the geopoliticization of trade. Why we need to also question, why is it at this juncture that China is now looking to open up more of its market to us? So don't think about it always in the context of geopolitics. I think that would help inform a lot of the actions, or help better understand the actions on both sides, really. So overall, my opinion is that to ensure that the three initiatives align to mutually benefit both parties, not just on paper, but in actuality, requires strategic action, both in terms of deliberations, especially on the African side, as well as technical input and facilitation to ensure that these three initiatives work in concert and are orchestrated well and do not operate in silos. Then I think only can we talk about alignment seriously. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mandira. Over to Professor David. You have the last say.
As you can see, I think all what needed to be said has already been said. Listening to the ambassador, Sanusha, the prof online, and my colleague here, I think they have touched upon key issues, and I've been thinking, how do I sum up my own? I think I would like to, the limited time that I have, just make some few observations. And also to marry the heavy academic, theoretical, and combine it more with policy. And I'd like to walk through I was in Beijing, I was at the forum. My observation is that I've attended so many forums, and this one was quite different. Different in terms of the vibrance. Beijing was quite different. It was littered with Africans everywhere, every corner. Huge delegations of Africans from across the continent. And the excitement. The second observation was that some of us were privileged to be in Beijing, was that we went in with a much more negative view. A negative in the sense that there wasn't a high expectation that the Chinese counterparts will come up with a huge amount of money, the 51 billion. We're not expecting that. And I think it was based on the fact that the Chinese economy is slowing down, and there has been all negative views about China from the West in terms of debt trap. And the thinking was maybe the Chinese part will scale down on. So the excitement came with the announcement, and that nothing has changed. There's still continuity, but in that continuity from year 2000 was that there's also change. And I think if you look at a number of questions that are right to pose now, what makes this relationship unique? What distinguishes it from the one we have with Americans, with the Europeans, with Japanese? And while we're talking, in this very same room, when I look around without betraying my ears, I only see Professor Gert Shelton. I apologize, he's my professor. In year 2000, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the Chinese launched the Africa policy, and it was held in this room. It was a sudden, I remember I was at VETS then, it was a sudden invitation from Chinese embassy, and it was launched across African countries same day, and it was rushed, and it was packed here. And I remember us laughing, some of us, with no idea of China, and we're surprised, what are Chinese up to? But we've lived through the years 2000, 2006, and have seen the growth, and a number of questions that come with it is that in Beijing 2024 came at a time, as some of my colleagues have mentioned, the world is fundamentally shifting. And these shifts, other than conflicts, where the bulk of those conflicts are on our own continent, Sudan, the DRC, Morocco, Western Sahara, that we don't have to forget, Mozambique. And if you look in these conflicts, they're quite a unique part to it, that there are minerals in some of these places. That tells us something. And number 3 for me is that the obsession we have, and rightly so, and focus on China. There are a number of developments on the African continent. One of it is that the game is no longer just China, Africa, or China, Africa, and the West. There are increasingly new players, what I call silent players. The Gulf states, they have entered the continent. Turkey has entered the continent. South Korea has entered the continent. India is a strategic partner, but it's also making its own inroads. So the game is no longer that China, Africa, and the West. I think there's so much, particularly in academic, focus on this. Yes, these are large players, but silent players are also making inroads. So that brings us to what is Africa doing? This is the prime time for Africa. Having attracted so many players, this, if not managed properly at the AU level in our own countries, has a potential of either bringing massive damage, chaos, wars, or the opposite will happen. It might be a driver to development of the continent, integration, infrastructure, linkages, the free trade, the land that we have. We have the most fertile land, 1.5 billion people. Unlike other regions, they're aging, dynamic, future market, and future market for high-tech gadgets. So whether they're Koreans, Taiwanese, or any other player manufacturing high-tech, US itself, and others, they look at Africa with that view as to how can they gain a larger share. And so it's really indeed upon us to evaluate the forum, but not being blind to other things happening on the side. I think that's one point that I would like to make. Number two, contrary to the criticism that is leveled against China, so-called debt trap that the ambassador clearly brought, there is also a view that the United States itself, with the elections taking place and the second coming of President Trump, we're seeing United States somehow not abandoning, but those who are following the US politics, they're starting to inject non-market policies, the industrial policy. I think there's been massive talk about industrial policy in the United States. And recently, I think some of you might have heard, the United States is talking about establishing the wealth fund, sovereign fund. This is strange coming from the United States. And all this has to do with China, that the United States is responding to China in a different way. The Europe, Gateway, Japan. Japan brings a language that comes with so-called standards, and saying that we have better standards than the Chinese. So I think that sound is for me. Here are the key things that I would like to say in just concluding. That there is a need for Africans, not just politicians, all of us, including scholars, to think quite seriously, how do we take advantage of the relationship with China? But as much as we could be hard on Chinese, we need to think through, including AGOA. There's so much fascination with AGOA. Does it really bring the benefits that we're told? And ask deeper questions. And how can we work together with Tazara, the Angolians comrades, some of them are here. There's Lobito Corridor. What the Americans and the Europeans are doing does not differ from what Chinese are doing. So the competition is head on. So in what my colleague said, the standards issues. So the Lobito and Tazara, the standards needs to be the same. The Lobito, I'm worried and really seriously concerned. I followed the Lobito and I was in Zambia. The Lobito, it goes in meandering into the mining sector. The settlement of people, industrialization need to take alongside the roads. That is not happening. The Lobito, it's just taking minerals out to the west. And therefore, I think we need to think as governments, are we settling our people? Are we creating markets or not? Not just about roads or rail. So we need to think about industrialization along these roads. We need to think about culture. Roads are not just constructed for their own sake. And lastly, the Chinese create roads as a way of creating markets. And the Western way of thinking is that you have to do diligent. You can only develop a road after doing diligent and see volumes of cars and things like that. But the thinking is changing, that there is now an understanding between Westerners and Chinese, and they're going to compete more, and it's upon us as Africans to take advantage of this before the party is over. And it will be over soon. Thank you.
And that brings us to the end of the presentations. Thank you so much, Professor Mnyai. Now, I just want to open up questions, but I'm also mindful of our online audience. If I may have confirmation, are we interactive with the online audience? All right. So just to remind them as well, they can pose their questions, they can make their comments, and I'm sure we'll find a way to respond to those. Now, I want to open up questions here on the floor. I recognize one hand here, the second, the gentleman there. I want to give an opportunity to the gentleman at the back there, and I'll come back to Dr. Mncube. All right, so over to you, sir. The first hand is here.
Good morning, everybody. And my name is Hakim. I'm from Aurora Investment. And like 8 years ago, I was here, and we had beautiful people sitting on the panel, and we're busy asking them questions about Africa. And the one question was, at that time already, the one professor, if you remember, Dr. Pilani, is from University of UNISA. He said, most of the people in Africa will never see a job in their lifetime, in South Africa especially. And like 8 years later, we end up with the worst scenario where more young people are employed, and it keeps getting worse. Now we want to know if China has got intention or Europe has got good intention in order to invest in Africa, in order to help us as African people. And the one thing I would suggest, Africa needs at least 100,000 kilometers of road, from north to south, from east to west, and from northeast to southwest, and from east-west to but it must be crisscrossed with highways. That's what we need to make Africa grow. And to come back to Africa again, it's only 1.4 billion people. And our GDP is 3 billion. It's 3 trillion, you know? And this is like shows that we are very, very poor, and we are suffering out there. We are sitting in Sheraton Hotel. We're all happy. We got jobs here. We go home tonight. But remember that 80% of the people, remember those 80%. And we need really to know what is the real solution in order to have Africa. Every square inch in Africa, out of the 30 million kilometers, square kilometers, every square inch is wealthy. We got wealth. We are rich. We are very, very wealthy. Yet our people are decimated into poverty. I want to know what is the real solution. It's like Mr. the Ambassador, His Excellency said, you know, whatever we spoke 7 years ago, there is no follow-up. Now we come here, we talk, we have lunch and everything. It's because we are addicted to our seat, we are addicted to our comfort, we are addicted to our salary, and we are addicted to our academic qualifications. I want to know if you people can speak about the people outside this Sheraton Hotel. I want to know if people will speak about Nigeria, you know, and the GDP of Africa is 3 trillion. 3 countries, which is Nigeria, South Africa, and Egypt, they hold nearly half of that GDP. What's happening with us? Are we really doing something? Are we really thinking out of the box in order to help this continent? Are we really? We need a highway from Algeria to Cape Town. We need a highway from Sudan to Senegal. We need a highway from Morocco to Mozambique. We need another one from Libya to Windhoek. Thank you very much. Anyway.
The point has been made.
Thank
you so much. Let's move on to the second person there, the gentleman in a white shirt.
Thanks very much for the opportunity. I'm Mwako from Research and Innovation Pros. I am mainly interested in agriculture. Africa today is faced with impoverishment. So I would like to know the plans of China in addressing food insecurity in Africa. I'm posing this question to the ambassador. Thanks very much.
All right, thank you so much. We had a question at the back there, the gentleman at the back. Then we'll come back to you, Dr. Mncube. And may I just add that let the questions be very brief and specific. We do not
Doela, good afternoon, good morning. My question refers to when tariffs regarding import goods and export goods between Africa and China. And also, I am a student representing many who would have liked to be here and be privy to this knowledge. My question to the panel is the development of Africa in this context. We produce minerals and resources and we can't manufacture them. How is that development and industrialization going to mend that in terms of giving young Africans and South Africans in particular skills, practical skills, not hypothetical skills, but practical skills so that we can participate in the economy ourselves, so that we can have a chance to build a better home for those coming and for us who are here. So what is the industrialization that we are talking about going to cover those key concerns of minerals that we could produce here, and if we will get or we can trade with China for manufacturing products with zero tariffs, which is a privilege, but how does that help us internally? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Dr. Mncube. And if we can have confirmation if the online audience has posed any questions.
Makosi Yatwagos. Thank you, Dr. Mandira and Professor Mnyai. My question, China, according to me, it's an existential danger to the interests of the West of the G7, particularly of America. Having said that, China has come into the backyard of the West, so to speak. We're still 1,000 miles apart to be at the same level as China, as America, as Russia, technologically and otherwise, even organizationally. But you work with what you have. Dr. Mandela, to you specifically, because I was very impressed by your reasoning and all, because you speak about specifics, not just getting help from China. And the ball is more on the court of us Africans than in China. The question to you, Dr. Mandela, is that how organized are we given the geopolitical shifts that are there? To me, our organization is kind of like hodgepodge. It could be more effective, palpable, from societal level, bottom up and top down. There seems to be an elitism in Africa. There is no seriousness of purpose that was exuded by Kwame Nkrumah. Can you benchmark for me what type of seriousness of organization that you would want to see in Africa? Definitely, we have to be very organized, and I don't think we are very, very organized given what is happening now. to Professor Mia, you're right, there's other players that are coming in, India, Brazil, etc., etc. I would like to argue just very quickly on that point. I think in terms of statistical figures, the prowess of China, the type of forex reserves they've accumulated and all that. If you could answer that, and also the professor who was online, in terms of China is slowly delinking its confidence in the American economy. Why am I saying that? They are no more buying as much treasury bills. In other words, they are no more carrying the American debt because they do not have confidence in America anymore. Where does that put BRICS? Because now BRICS is becoming enemy number one. So it's not only just India that is coming in now, it's actually the whole of BRICS. And what do you see as the way forward? As also China is being very careful about investing all of its money in America. They are actually de-dollarizing, and they are doing that slowly, and they're trying to come up with digital money. How do you see that? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for all those questions. I want to give an opportunity to our panelists to respond. And may I also have confirmation if Professor Yin is still online, because there is a question that's specifically directed at him. All right, so while we sort that out, thank you, Prof. While we still sort that out, may I ask our panelists here, maybe Dr. Mandira, to respond to questions as they came. And just be brief in your responses, and the dialogue can always continue elsewhere. Over to you, Doc.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to work backwards if that's okay with you.
That's fine.
So the last question is, how can we better organize ourselves to approach China? This for me is why when we... Basically, I really do think there's potential, right? But we are 55, 54 African states. I mean, that's a lot of coordinating, getting everyone on the same page, getting to agree on different issues, finding common approaches, common agendas. That's for me, that's a Herculean task. What I do think is that, fine, okay, we do need a strategy, not just with China, but with the US, with the EU. I mean, Finland has an Africa strategy. You know, that says something. We don't have a collective Africa strategy to deal with not just major powers, but as Prof mentioned, the emerging powers entering Africa. So either at a national, regional, or continental level, we do need to organize ourselves a lot better. And I agree with you 100% on that. We know when we are organized, we have a bigger say on the in international forums. Look at the UN. Remember, African votes played a huge role in getting China its seat at the United Nations. So in international fora, when we are united, we have a big say. So fine, we can't, if we're struggling continentally, let's look at maybe collectivizing regionally. We can have a SADC approach to China. We can have an ECOWAS approach to China. But we do need at some level to be organized because, as Prof said, and I fully agree, we will be taken for a ride if we don't. And this means not, and I agree that there shouldn't be this gatekeeping as like at a political or an elite level, who organizes. There needs to be really deep technical interactions with people across business, across education, healthcare, across all industries. And you need to go in and do your due diligence. You need to go in and do your homework to ensure that you're not creating this lofty strategy that actually doesn't speak to the people on the ground, that doesn't, engage with people. I've engaged with people through my research that have sat at negotiation tables with the Chinese. And they say we lose out because we don't enter prepared. We don't do our due diligence. So whose fault is that? That's definitely not the Chinese. That's definitely not the UK's fault. It's our fault. We we need to set ourselves up. We need to set our institutions up. I mean, we have think tanks here. We've got think tanks across the continent. Why aren't our governments utilizing it to the full extent? I mean, Palani could probably speak to that. Yet I get calls from people in Europe. I get calls from people in the UK. Please give us advice on how to deal with this, how to deal with that. You know? So it's really, really about tapping into your local resources and people to inform a really smart strategy. I'm not looking at lofty goals. I'm looking at tangible results. What can you achieve in 5 to 10 years? Please do not set visions for 30, 60 years. Let's look to build at an incremental level before we reach the lofty goals. You know? I mean, I get so annoyed with Agenda 2063 because I feel it should have been brought down, built at incremental 10-year plans. And you take stock and then you adapt the plan accordingly. But that's my 2 cents. Anyway, development, we're speaking the other question about industrialization and manufacturing. Critical minerals, I guess, and this renewable energy resources, very, very critical juncture for our development. I'm of the opinion that anything mined on African soil should not leave without value added. That you should set up deals with, whether it be the Chinese, the UK, the British, the Europeans, the Japanese, whoever, that the raw material will not leave African soil until it's had some, whether it's refined, it goes through refined processes, it's whatever, you build the battery here and export it, that's the deal that needs to be set up. Otherwise, don't enter into that deal, in my opinion. We need to look at this more. We need to take a more assertive stance on this. And this is our critical juncture. These critical minerals are our critical juncture for our development. That said, also, we need to look at leveraging deals to build regional supply chains. When I'm talking about that, I'm saying, okay, fine. We'll refine the cobalt in the DRC, but we'll send the refined product to build the battery in Mozambique, closer to the port, then ship it off, right? So we need to think not just about local and national value chains, but how do we connect these value chains across the continent so that South Africa is not just benefiting, but Zambia is also benefiting. So we need to start thinking, national interests are always important, but we need to be able to connect them to regional, continental, and international. And I feel, again, we can only do that if we tap into our resources and our people. The question for the ambassador, can I skip that question? He was not here. The very impassioned, full of passion, Mr. Hakim, I get your frustrations. I totally understand it. But, you know, I think that question again boils down to institutions, the type of institutions we have. I'd recommend a very old book called Why Nations Fail that focuses on institutions and how institutions are crucial to development. So I'd recommend that book, Why Nations Fail. And, you know, without good, I mean, if you have an inclusive institution versus an extractivist institution where, you know, we like concern more with keeping most of the pie to ourselves, of course, development's not going to happen. But if you have institutions where, you know, there's some level of inclusivity, and there's no perfect institution. Please do not look at the US and say it should be the beacon of institutionalization. It really isn't. There's always corruption. Corruption's everywhere in the world. But we, as a continent and as countries, South African countries, cannot afford to have the amount of corruption we have if we want to develop. Thank you. I'll hand over to Prof.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think there are a number of questions, and I'll just speak without looking at each and every question. In general, the West claimed that they won the Cold War. The unraveling of the then Soviet Union collapsed on its own anyway. It wasn't the West per se. Might have played here and there. But I think the big question for the West and for us as well is to look at and ask core question on the rising geopolitics. I think for me, this is a Cold War, if there is one, for the West to lose. And why? The very same answers one has, what led to the Soviet collapse is what will make the West lose this rising. It had to do with Soviet Union went on a military innovation, a competition with the US, and failed to deal with the basic issues, food, infrastructure, well-being of people. So I think with what's happening, whether it's China or Russia, there's this view of looking down on Africans as if they have no agents, and most of the time insulting, that you just follow the Chinese, you just follow them. You don't have brains, you just follow them. I think what is core to say to our traditional partners that Africans are not just following the Chinese. I think what's driving Africans is precisely some of the core issues that made the West develop. That China seemed to play a better game, or at it. Infrastructure, the need to have products on the market cheaper. But I think we need to play that game ourselves as Africans much better without being caught in the rivalry between China and the West. We need to think strategically. We need to say, where are the gaps? Let's talk about agriculture, the question that has been posed to me. Those were privileged to be in China in the trade fairs. I think I attended 2 or 3, I can't remember the number, in Shanghai. The Chinese market is sophisticated. It's no longer China of 1980 or 1990. And we are not the only ones who are supplying China as they open up the agriculture for Africa. There's Asia, there's Latin America, who are doing much better than us. So we are thinking, and most people on the continent, when they say Africa has opened up markets, they're thinking of bananas, taking bananas in their raw. By the time they get to China, some of them have rotten. So we're competing with other countries that are producing better quality agricultural products. So the bigger question is that, what is the capacity? I know we like beating upon our politicians, and most of the time rightly so, but at times we also need to be fair. It's across the board. We need to be serious among ourselves. The Saudis, they ask us about goats. I mean, goat meat is popular in the Gulf. They ask us for more than 1 million goats. We don't have the capacity to supply that. The Chinese are asking for beef. You tell me, the kind of beef eaten in China, does South Africa have that capacity? Transnet? Is Transnet taking stuff to the port? Is the Durban port sorted? Is Eskom sorted? So I think we need to look internally, ask hard questions. If we are to play this game, we have to be serious. At a policy level, our own look at our own infrastructure, and this fixation with the West policies. Yes, we need climate and climate change, but the problem with us on the African continent, whether democracy, liberal democracy, or economic policies, we tend to be more Catholic than the Pope. If you have to think, climate change, yes, we all affected by it, but we can't just switch off. I'm 100% with Minister Gwede on this. We can't switch off the entire province, Mpumalanga, because we're so fixed with climate. We have to do it gradually at our own pace, according to what our needs and employment on the ground. We need to think technology-wise. Are we producing products that feeds into climate change narrative? Because at the end of narrative, climate change narrative, are products. We're going to be in a worse situation because we're going to buy products from other countries. Are we producing those products? The panels, just solar panels, simple stuff. I think we need to be thinking that our universities, the skills that we have, are we sending people to learn right stuff? We need to balance those issues and think seriously as students instead of just blaming politicians and complaining all the time. The small garden you have, what are you producing? Food security. Firstly, just ourselves, the EV cars. We need to be saying to the Chinese, yes, we need these EVs. I mean, do you know the country is doing better than better than South Africa? It's Ethiopia. Ethiopia has said we're going to import EVs from China. But they're not just importing them. The leather will come from Ethiopia. To put in those cherries and avals, we need to see more of that. That when we negotiate with China, with the value chain, the leather, the cotton, a number of other products that enter into a car are coming from our own markets and from the rural areas, feed into the issue. So there's a lot of thinking that is required far beyond just complaining about Chinese or complaining about the West. We need also to think seriously about corruption. The corruption is not just in one country. On the continent, it's getting worse. And we have to develop a regulatory framework that allows us to trade among ourselves. 17, 18, maybe now it's 20 or 25% trade among ourselves as Africans. But you look at Ethiopia Airways, is having problems across the continent. MTN is having problems in Nigeria. Extortion and all sorts of things. Kenya Airways having problem, can't go to Tanzania. They're fighting. Tanzanians and Kenyans are fighting. SAA can't just fly. We are hard with each other as Africans than we are with external. We have a situation in which in Nigeria and other places, even some here, that toothpick, it is flown from Europe. You import toothpick. Can't you manufacture toothpick around here with all timber we have? So these are the questions we need to ask and ask ourselves the kind of skills we are, not just looking at the bigger geopolitics and got caught up in that without looking at the policies. So in a way, I'm answering you. I understand the anger you have. I share it. The roads we need to develop. The United States has said all of a sudden with the Summit of the Future, with the UNGA that is coming up soon, our head of states will be flying to New York. Africans, that we want you Africans to come in, United Nations Security Council. But we want you without a veto. And guess what Kagame said? Kagame, all of us, he says, oh yes, we have to ensure that those seats are rotational in Africa. What nonsense is that? Oh, the excitement about G20, AU is in G20. What policy is implemented at AU? You tell me. It's a visionary place where our heads of state speak. We need Ethiopia, we need Egypt, we need Nigeria to be a member of G20. We need any one of these countries, including South Africa, if to get into United Nations Security Council. That's where policies is taking at a sovereign nation state, not at AU level, having Africans smiling photo shoots in these places. And we all celebrate that we are being welcomed as secondary citizens of the global village. So we need to be hard not just to one side, but to the entire world, that our partners, if they take us serious, they will respect us. But the kind of narratives we're having, there's absolutely no respect for Africans. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. I just want to open an opportunity for Professor Yin online to respond and give us his parting shot. You have the final say, Professor.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving an online participant an opportunity to respond. And thank you for the question from the audience regarding the BRICS issue. Well, I think China's involvement in the BRICS does not start with the Sino-US, which you call the rivalry whatsoever. It starts much early on. The importance of BRICS, obviously, is providing the world a choice. And if we pay attention to many of the Chinese political rhetorics in recent years, the key words in Chinese narrative of its own vision of a world order revolves around diversity and true multiplicity. For the past 100 years, if you include the colonial period, the world's modernization and development revolves around the charity of the global north and colonialism coming from the global north. And the BRICS represents something that is different. The initiative that is owned by the Global South and initiated by the Global South and for the purpose of the Global South. South-South cooperation is, of course, a baby in its infancy, but I'm pretty sure it provides us with, particularly members of the Global South, opportunities to choose between either going with development financing that is provided by the BRICS or developing financing provided by Global North organizations such as IMF and World Bank and other, of course, international organizations. All of those development financing are addressing one particular issue, capacity building. They're just approaching it differently. Conventional sort of the global north wisdom suggests that it needs to be delivered solely through market approach. So henceforth, there is a string attached, there is a financial implication attached, and the liberal discourse also suggests that the reason why the North and the South countries are unable to develop is because you're inherently underdeveloped, you have your own problem, so you have to adopt our political format to achieve internal transformation and structural change, and then being able to develop your own economy. Whereas through the BRICS, and particularly in recent years, you see that China argues that no, we don't want to interfere. How do you transform your society? How do you build your capacity? How do you develop your social reform? Is your own business, and this is not something that is conceived in theory. This is China's own modernization experience. And I remember Chairman Mao in 1972 when meeting Kaunda famously says, we don't have a model to export. The only thing we could share is that we have to rely on we all have to rely on ourselves. So the capacity building needs an injection of resources, and BRICS does provide an injection, an alternative to inject that bit of a resource, so that African countries, the recipient countries, do have an alternative to go to, rather than embracing the old format of development financing, that you have to swallow the pill of structural transformation. You have to swallow the pill of transforming your own social and political structure, not because you want to, but because someone asked us to, as the condition to get the money. Whereas BRICS is project-based and focused on the recipient country's needs, and it's purely based on the request coming from the recipient's country. And if the recipient sees suited, they can definitely go to BRICS as an alternative. If I understand the question correctly, I believe, yeah, BRICS does provide something different. But it's up to the African countries, the recipient countries, to build your own capacity and the sort of the projects. One thing that might add is that the project that China has been invested in has been put money on, are largely infrastructure, things that cannot be extracted, some things that cannot be moved, and also in the construction of those projects, knowledge transfer is also key. The knowledge transfer is not limited to theoretical knowledge, but more vocational training and practical knowledges. And this has been a sort of an aspiration as early as the second Pan-African Conference, as early as Nkrumah and Nyerere. African countries needs unity, but needs opportunity for development, but that development needs its human resources support. So knowledge transfer, building up the human resources, is one of the key requests coming from the African leaders, early Pan-African leaders, and it has been one of the focal points in Sino-African cooperation that China wants to deliver that knowledge transfer. Yes, here is my response. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Yin. We are pressed for time, so I will just want to thank our panelists. Thank you so much for stretching our minds, for stretching our imagination, and distilling some of your very brilliant ideas to us. And I also want to thank you, the audience, for engaging with our panelists and for giving traction to these ideas. So now we adjourn for a 10-minute coffee break, then we'll come back and we continue with our program. Thank you so much.
Mika, your thing is on now. Okay, it's on. Yeah. I think we can, I mean, there's people coming in, but I think we can get it started.
Colleagues, good afternoon. We are about to resume. If we could ask kindly colleagues that are still enjoying a refreshment, perhaps if they could come in with their coffee or tea so we can get the program going. Okay. Colleagues, apologies for the slight delay in getting the program sorted out on my laptop. Following a successful, very interesting first session, first panel, where we we enjoyed a very good overview, of what FOCAC is essentially about, what the discussions were about at the recently held FOCAC, the different elements, that concern FOCAC or Africa's relationship with China. In this second session, we want to discuss a bit more the economic, try a little bit to go into the detail, on the economic dimensions of the Africa-China relationship. Having gone a little bit over time, I will ask for the panelists to take up their positions, their seats, so we can resume quickly. I understand Professor Sun and Professor Wu are with us online, available and ready to begin. Professor Kin, if you could please also join us on the panel. I don't see Professor Zondi just yet, but he should be with us shortly. Also joining us on the panel is Ms. Arina Morrison. I nearly said Dr. Arina Morrison, but soon to be doctor, just now, very shortly, to be Dr. Arina Morrison. So you know where my heart is. You are doctor to me. So yeah, if we could perhaps begin with the first remarks. We'll follow the same order as invited colleagues. Professor Kin, if you could perhaps introduce your assessment of FOCAC 2024 for us to begin this conversation. The floor is yours. Oh, you do not have a mic.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, the Chinese Embassy, His Excellency, Mr. Wu, and also the IDD, and also the University of Johannesburg, and also for ACASA. But we also use the ACAWIA, it's China, Africa, Women and Youth Association. So we collaborated to organize this dialogue. So for firstly, I want to introduce myself. This is Prof. Qin from UNISA and also chairman for ACASA. ACASA is a China-Africa smallholder agriculture. So just now some colleagues asked about the agriculture, so we are good for agriculture. And also the chairman for CAWIA. CAWIA is China-Africa Women and Youth Association. It means we use this opportunity to empower the women and the youth. For my presentation, I want to use 5 sections to do that, to introduce this presentation. The section 1 is a story when I was in Beijing and also other city in China for this FOCAC summit and also for the business conference in China. At the end of the August, so some African leadership, president, and also the government officials and also business people, they have already arrived in China. Maybe not in Beijing, maybe in other the Chinese cities. But why they want to came to China earlier? Because they want to get the opportunity. Because just now some colleagues here, they ask some questions. So while this FOCAC summit, or maybe compare with the American or maybe the European Union or China or whatever. So what can our African can get the opportunity? So I think some African leaders, so they are very clever and they are good leadership because they arrived in China very early. So they want to do the economic and also the trade, maybe the agriculture or infrastructure, maybe the smart manufacture and so on. They want to get this opportunity from China because China now is top 2 economic power all over the world. So the opportunity is there. And also according to the summit, to President Xi and also other Chinese, other African leaders, they mentioned about, so China is 1.4 billion people, and for the whole African continent is also roughly 1.4 billion people. So for booths, so it's roughly 2.8 or maybe 30 some, it's 3 something. So it's roughly 1/3 of the population all over the world. So the market is very huge. Market is huge. It means opportunity is also huge. And also and also during the summit, I will introduce more later. So for the keynote speak from Tennessee, and also for the FOCAC, the Beijing Declaration. But after the summit, some other African president, maybe the prime minister or maybe the minister, they also went to the different province in China to organize the meetings with the Chinese counterpart and also with Chinese businessmen or with other industry areas representatives. Why? Because they want to get more opportunity. I just want to give you maybe one example. I think it's Central Africa was the first country to go to China. I think they went to different province in the south of China to get opportunity. And also I attended the Lesotho activity in Shandong province and in Qingdao and also Senegal. So they also had the activity or cooperation, the meetings with the premier or with the government, with the Communist Party leadership in that province, in order to get more opportunity for the people on the ground. And also for our president, for our South Africa President Ramaphosa, I think he and also the ministers, they went to the Shenzhen. Why they went to Shenzhen on 3rd September? Because they want to get the smart manufacturer. And also our President Ramaphosa just get into the EV, as Prof. David mentioned, and he said, "Oh wow, this is the technology. It's a very powerful car." And he also want to bring this technology, this EV, and also this industry to come to the South Africa. I just want to show you some story and meetings that I attend. So the second one is about the keynote. The second section is about the keynote, the speech by President Xi. And for that keynote speech, President Xi mentioned about the modernization. It's the 6th modernization. So he would like to advise for China and Africa, we can collaborate. The first one is we should jointly advance modernization that is just and equitable. So it means what? So I still remember in 2021. So it's the first 100 years of the celebration for Chinese Communist Party. So Chinese Communist Party, they got the promise, 2 promises and 2 dreams. The first one is 2021. The second one will be 2049. For the first one in 2021, so Chinese Communist Party and also Chinese government, they remove the absolute poverty in China. So this is the big miracle in China. So after the after the poverty is the modernization. So it's modernization means what? Modernization means there's no poverty. So for example, in the rural areas, no people, no household, you can eat 1 meal per day. No. So, and also, if you want to get the internet, you can get. If you want to go to the high level well-being, you can get. If you want to get the high level education, you can get it. If you go to the sick, you want to go to the hospital, so you can get it. So, and also for the high level manufacture, and also the space, and so on. So, for this modernization, so China would like to collaborate with the Africa to achieve this. The first one is the modernization, advanced modernization, which is just and equitable. The second one is the joint advanced modernization, which is open and win-win. As our ambassador mentioned, so China, we like the win-win cooperation. We do not like the colonize the countries, no matter in African or in other, or maybe all over the world. If you look at the Chinese history, so we like the win-win collaboration. And the third modernization is advanced modernization that puts the people first. You know, in China, we always put the people first. And also, I teach the governance of China. So why Chinese people, they respect the Chinese government? Because in China, just one party. But why the people, they respect? If you treat the people interest first, the people on the ground will respect you. But if there's lots of the social issues there, so why the people respect you or respect the government too much? So Prof. David also mentioned about the corruption. If there are lots of corruption, so why the people respect the government? There's no respect. So when there is the election, maybe you will lose the election. So put the people first is very important. The fourth one is the advanced modernization, featuring diversity and inclusive. The fifth one is the advanced modernization that is eco-friendly. So in China, I think 10 years ago or maybe 20 years ago, so we had lots of the pollution. But now, especially after President Xi took office, so he always lead the country or lead the government to become the eco-friendly government or eco-friendly society. The last one is advanced modernization underpinned by the peace and security. You know, the peace and the security is very important. So we always talk about the war or maybe the conflict between the Russia and the Ukraine, also the war between maybe the conflict in the Middle East and so on. So if there's no peace, there's no security. So how can you do the development? If there's no development, how your people can become rich? If your people cannot become rich, how they will be successful for the government? I'm sorry, but for this, six modernization are very important, because if you pass the poverty, so modernization is the next step. And also for the keynote speech, he also mentioned about the 10 partnership action. So before we have the 10 cooperation plan, we had the 8 major initiative, and also we have the 9 program. And between China and Africa, we have already achieved this very successfully, because just now the ambassador Wu mentioned about we will assist the African country for the agriculture, maybe brought the agriculture people, maybe 1,000 from the South Africa, from Africa to China, and also we brought maybe 500 experts from China to Africa, to different African countries, to support the African agricultural development in terms of the rice, the maize, the agro-processing, and also the vegetables, and also the seafood, and so on. And also, as Prof. David mentioned, do we have the enough the capability for us to sell the beef meat to China or sell the maize to China and soybean? In 2018, so we would like to sell, because my friends in China, they need 300,000 tons of soybean from South Africa. But in 2018 and 2019, I think for the total amount for the soybean is roughly 1.9 or 1.8 million tons. And 2019 should be...
As you conclude, Professor Kin.
Oh, okay, thank you. Oh, it should be the 2 million. So I have lots of things to share. So I think for the second 3 is the Beijing Declaration, So many people mentioned about ask the question about corruption, governance. So from this declaration or plan, so I think China, they have already given some advice. For example, for the modernization, for the civilization exchange, for agriculture advanced and modernization. We want to transfer agriculture to Africa. We want to the poverty alleviation, and also for the African industrialization, energy and trade, and also we would like to do more for the talent foster and for the women and youth empowerment and capability building, and for the sustainability in a bid to meet I think SDG and 2030, and also for the African Agenda 2016-3, and also for the social and human collaboration, and also for the SDG collaboration and so on. So I have lots of things to share, but now I just want to share maybe section 4. So it's
Professor
also.
Kin, I think your time is just about run out.
Okay. Just one sentence is fine. Just one sentence. I'm sorry. No, it's my fault. It takes a long time. So because we have to follow the protocol. Just one sentence. So the section 4 should be the significance of this webinar or this dialogue. So why we are here? Also, the first question our colleagues asked. So because this is a good platform, we want to use this platform to share our opinion, or to share our story, or to share our experience to the people on the ground, or to the people who are not here. So once we got this, maybe in the future we will become a very powerful leadership, can lead not me, can lead the whole Africa, not only the national level or the continent level, but also the family level or the community level, or maybe the company level, to lead the whole Africa to move forward, to achieve our presidency mentioned is all weather China Africa community with a shared future for the new era. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Kin. Of course, agriculture is very important. Food security has been a big issue, especially these days with the ongoing conflict that we have around the world. It has impacted particularly this area of food security. It's also a very important area for development cooperation. A very important area, considering the opportunity to leverage China's experience in modernizing its agricultural sector. Something which I expect Professor Wu Haifang from the China Agricultural University to perhaps expand a little bit more on this issue for us. Professor Wu is online, is joining us online. Can we hand over to Professor Wu? Go for it, Prof.
Thank you, Chair. Could I share my screen because I have a short PowerPoint slides?
Okay.
Because it shows that the moderator doesn't allow screen share.
You can share, I'm told. Go for it.
Yeah. No,
Are you able to?
At my side, it is not allowed.
Okay.
Well, anyway, let me just start my speech. So I just give up the screen share. Thank you for the invitation to share about the women's development in China. I am a sociological professor in China Agricultural University. So our main research mission is in the field of rural development, and also in the case of women's development, in rural women's development. Well, the Communist Party of China has written on its banner of struggle to realize women's liberation and promote gender equality since the party's birth in 1921. When the People's Republic of China was founded, it has ended women's history of being oppressed for thousands of years. And according to our Chairman Mao, there's a slogan that his women started to hold half of the sky. So ever since then, the Communist Party of China and also our state government always attach great importance to the development of women's cause. And in 1995, when the Global Conference was held in Beijing, since then the Chinese Women's Federation, All China Women's Federation has issued this China Women's Development Program for 3 cycles since 1995. And in the latest one, that is the fourth one for 2021 and 2030, it addresses that we shall support those to help women's health, education, economy, participation in decision making and management, social security, environment, and law. So by this, I picked up education, economy, participation in decision making, and environment to look into 2 cases to see how we strengthen women's role in rural revitalization. That is China's, I think it's the most important devotion to women's development. As you may know, that in 2020 that we have fulfilled our mission for poverty alleviation. Of course, women are half of the beneficiaries of poverty alleviation in the following aspects, including improvements in living environments and development in agriculture and other rural industries, which provides better production conditions and employment for rural women. And thirdly, it is the upgrading of health and education services for both men and for both girls and boys, especially there's a better health care for women and children, and especially pregnancy and newborn care. Well, I would like to share 2 cases very briefly, one from the north of China, one from the south of China. In the Taihang mountainous area, there's a village. We have observed the poverty alleviation by the farmers market we call nested market. That is an alternative from those supermarket or wholesale marketing of agro products. It is just from farmer as producers to consumers in the city of Beijing. So in this kind of marketing, that the value of the cultural production and like biodiversity value in agro products are highly recognized and trusted between rural producers and urban consumers. It is an online interaction through internet. In the beginning, it was by QQ and a chat software, chat program, and later by WeChat, all Chinese know WeChat, by WeChat platform. And recently, they developed some softwares to be used for purchasing. So 80% of the producers in the village are women, or we say left behind women, which means their husbands are migrant laborers in cities. And 50% of the organizers are women. That is, women organize themselves. And they, besides this kind of marketing, agro-product marketing, they also organize face-to-face interactions, especially to organize the urban families, children, to come to the villages to see how those foods are produced, to see what kind of life that rural children are living, this kind of activities. And also, a group of consumers comes from a famous hospital of China that they even organized some volunteer medical chair for a check for village for farmers in the village. So it is like 10 years of development of this kind of marketing. It helped this cultural revitalization in the village because when the urban consumers come, that villagers wanted to show them a clean village, to see their old culture, to see the traditional way of food processing. So there's a cultural revitalization, the protection of local seas, and ecological restoration. So we seek like a kind of green development, green rural revitalization. The second case is from the south of China, with women's development facilitated by the Women's Federation at county level. I'm not sure about other countries, but in China, we have the biggest women's organization in the world. That is, at the top level, the national level, you have this All China Women's Federation. All the way down to the village level, we have a woman who is specifically responsible for women's those matters relative to women. So this case is initiated by the Women's Federation at county level. So it has 12 years of organizing activities supporting rural left behind population, especially women, to revitalize the rural community, including women's mutual help groups in farming, cooperatives, women's small credit, and so on. So these have built solid basis for their actions during the pandemic period, that's in 2020 and 2020 until 2022 in China. So firstly, they have built linkages between the rural and urban women. It is by women and also for the women, because those producers in the villages are women, while the consumers or buyers in the cities are also women. So they carry out urban-rural interactive activities, such as I have relatives in the village, and farmers markets, and also like mini contract farming and so on. So it is all happen in a small county. Well, like in the January and February of 2020, which is it's like everywhere they are just closed, but in the county region, it is open to each other. So the linkages has become crucial channels. This urban-rural women linkage has become crucial channels for food from rural to urban through WeChat platforms. So in 2 months, the Women's Federation has helped farmers to get an income of about 100,000 yuan for female farmers. So these two cases shows that there are new forms of women's participation in rural revitalization. Firstly, like this, our government is promoting multifunctional agricultural production, especially those care farming, educational farming, and also agritourism. These will provide good opportunities for rural women. And secondly, it is the elderly and children care services locally, to be developed locally. As the elderly rate is getting higher and higher in China, that the elderly care service is a good market in rural China. And the government is also promoting that women would be the best, service provider in those sector. And thirdly is the participation in rural governance. That is 30% of the village committee members in China are women. And lastly, it is the revitalization of rural traditional culture that women are also the main body. So I would like to say to discover rural women, because rural women are neither passive actors nor vulnerable groups. They are not organized by themselves, but by the intervention and motivation of government and social organizations. They could be organized. So, and rural women and their organizations didn't act abruptly during the pandemic period. It is based on the continuous capacity building and organizational development that empowered them. When rural women are organized, they could be strong power for rural development, or we say rural revitalization. And when women are empowered in economic and community development, they can make great contributions to the development of community and even the society. But we also face some challenges. For example, the healthcare education, and it is not strong enough for rural women. Secondly, women's organizations are still weak. And thirdly, the traditional gender ideology is still strong in rural China. Lastly, but not leastly, at the rural and the rural development policies at local level still has a low sensitivity of gender. Okay, so that's all for me. Thank you for your attention.
Professor Wu, thank you so much for that input. Perhaps in the questions and answer session, if you could maybe tell us a little bit more about possible connectivities with the African entities to leverage, your experience in that regard. Professor Zondi, unfortunately, isn't able to join us. He's stuck in Krugersdorp. So without further ado, I will ask Dr. Murisan to please share with us, your intervention, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Also, thank you for conferring my PhD on me, although it's not yet deserved. So, I want to provide just a few reflections on this last FOCAC, specifically with the FOCAC Beijing Action Plan 2025 to 2027, and also really look to Vision 2035. And in that, bring in a bit of a case study in terms of South Africa's engagement of this. And what I want to do is just as a broad reflection, I mean, FOCAC 2024, you saw an elevation and a feeling of maturity that relationships are starting to reach, together with a long-term vision of what African countries ought to aspire to. So here you have a stronger, and this has been emphasized by everyone sitting at the panel, a stronger expectation of what Africa's role is in FOCAC now going forward. And in terms of the broader engagement, yes, there are governance exchanges boosting bilateral trade, advancement in projects, especially in the infrastructure, digital technologies, and green development. And so what also comes out quite clearly is that FOCAC is actually recognized as a legitimate South-South cooperation platform, and how various initiatives and frameworks are launched, but now they are looking for practical expression, essentially. What's quite striking is that the growth in the global south is also represented by China and Africa. So you see these things as no longer necessarily as being very contentious discussion points, but rather as points that people engage with on a regular basis. And this is really shaping the trajectory of history as we know it, as we've been discussing, in terms of a post-Western order, essentially. And part of the history is also reshaped politically by, how China sees the world, for example, how China experiences globalization, and how it engages its own core interests and major concerns. And so the majority themes, or the very key themes we're seeing in terms of industrialization, agricultural modernization, green development, also actually speak to a lasting peace and a universal security for all, and a lasting peace and universal security. And what I want to zone in more on is the trade, finance, some of the loans elements, and kind of start to divert to how green development is also understood. And what I find fantastic is seeing, the opportunity to set up pavilions for exhibition. There's a revolving door of opportunity to come and exhibit as an African country at various Chinese, in China, in various Chinese cities. And this pushes for more than just the agricultural and raw material exports to China, as has been typically critiqued, if you would put it that way. And of course, you need a business argument for this kind of engagement within an expo setting. But it's also important to then understand the local market. So it's not just one way. It's not just about the Chinese understanding the African market they are trying to tap into, but the Africans trying to understand Chinese markets that they are trying to tap into. I would say from a South African perspective, this is still lacking in terms of Africans fully understanding what a Chinese market really has and how it can capture the imagination. And so this becomes a fundamental challenge, because e-commerce, which is also a fantastic way of engaging the youth, of engaging various sectors of the population who would not have access to traditional business environments. But it's a double-edged sword, because on one side you are empowering a population, particularly the youth, but what you sort of see is it driven in the retail side of things, in a sense that Africans buy from China to sell to other Africans. And this is problematic in that Africa stays the consumer. Africa does not become the producer and sends further, because there is no need to expand thinking on that. And that is a challenge that needs to be breached by Africans, and that is something that they need to be very conscious of and take with that. But being in research, I'm actually most excited about two things: the Center for Standardization in Cooperation and Research, as well as digitization, and a trust verification platform. This is this is something that is incredible, just because of the non-tariff barrier improvement African countries can start tapping into in terms of learning from these centers and applying this on the ground. And this, I believe South Africa should champion this, should welcome this kind of initiative, specifically because of how it feeds into the African Continental Free Trade Area. So a big part of the Continental Free Trade Area that much of the world is really interested in understanding is, how do we actually engage it? And being part of this environment, a third party, for example, like a China, like a European country, like a USA, they will always be a third party to the Continental Free Trade Area, because it's not for them. But how they're able to engage this kind of environment is through your non-tariff barrier development. And so these kind of centers are actually empowering Africans, I would say. The other thing I quite appreciated is the language of these two documents specifically, and how they focused on the development of existing investments, like your industrial parks, for example. And it did not focus necessarily on building mass infrastructure. And don't get me wrong, this doesn't mean that the Chinese are not interested in building mass infrastructure in Africa. That's not what it means. But rather, they are interested in diverting potential clients, to other financing vehicles like your AIIB or other co-financing institutions. And so I believe what you are seeing is more of a cherry picking and more strategically meaningful engagement to China, for example, who is more likely to have a more strategic view than other African countries, as we've been critiquing this morning. And you're also starting to see a diversion to a new kind of the BRI, or a new understanding of what the BRI is, specifically in the health and tech Silk Road, and how that is going to capture our imagination in the next coming 10 years, essentially. So, again, you actually also see that with the aid of an example, the Alliance of Hospitals, deepening technical cooperation. And here you didn't see the construction of hospitals specifically in the document. So you see this kind of enhancement of what the FOCAC partnership is supposed to achieve in the coming years. So a concern that I have is this idea of AI governance, and while these documents voice issues with AI, the bigger concern is that it overlooks essentially, trade and services, and how this should also extend to commercial and legal rights of African countries and their data sovereignty. So that is something that is not yet kind of engaged upon. But looking at the support for enhancing climate adaptation capacity and getting into these rather tapping into the Chinese market for green energy products and technology, you see this kind of Africa is at this point or African countries are at this point where do they mitigate the climate disaster on behalf of those that have helped create the disaster, or do they take an unmitigated view and just go for their industrialization in this particular case? What is the right answer to this? And generally there is a feeling that, in learning from China's experience, because China did do this, China did experience, or experiment rather, with mass infrastructure and mass industrialization at all costs. And now China is at a point where it needs to, in a very big hurry, mitigate a lot of these climate concerns. And I'm going to try to be as quick as possible, but it brings me to the crux of the matter, and that is country systems. Because we are talking to how, number one, your African countries are engaging with a FOCAC, with the Chinese government. And here, especially in the context of environmental and sustainability frameworks, is where African countries are generally critiqued. Also, their regulatory frameworks in terms of finance, monitoring, and evaluation as well. And so the challenge is also that we've heard that China has a very strong regulatory environment for its business. But in this case, those who are the destination countries need to actually understand what are the regulations, how can they understand it better, so they can also hold their own governments in this kind of context accountable to that framework. In addition to that, Africans should have a stronger regulatory environment, of course. But even South Africa, which is typically lauded as, having these kinds of safeguards, that South Africa has the regulatory environment for this kind of investment. Perhaps the other side of the argument is that South Africa is overregulated in this particular case. And this, for me, even in the small but beautiful FOCAC that we are going to see in the next couple of years, this is the significant barrier, because the fundamental barrier is that South Africa's regulatory environment is very much based on a procedure, but those who need to propose those projects within this overregulated environment are not necessarily understanding of what FOCAC is and what Chinese finance and investment is as well. So that is something that we found with our BRI research. And speaking to the Brazilian diplomat who asked about, well, what's happening with BRI? I mean, there's always going to be that kind of confusion, actually. What is FOCAC? What is BRI? I completely agree with Mandira. There should be a clearer delineation of what is what, and how, and that this could possibly assist South African policymakers in engaging both more. to understand what is possible and what is not. But generally, when it comes to a bureaucratic environment, it's very much without being able to use your imagination, unfortunately. So I generally engage on these kinds of matters in terms of a country system from a perspective of working with civil society and how we work with multilateral development banks to see how loans are then held, how countries are held accountable according to the finance, according to the provisions made by banks, for example. And what's interesting is in this particular case, it depends what is public, what is private finance. This is the bigger thing in terms of your regulatory environment of how South Africa engages it. If South Africa has a say in, for example, from the get-go in terms of what kind of engagement you have, whether it's a public finance loan, you will see your Public Finance Management Act coming into effect, your preferential procurement, Public Procurement Act, Framework Act, coming into play as well, because it aligns mostly to your development goals, especially in terms of how infrastructure is supposed to engage that kind of environment. But dealing with firms only in terms of a private finance sense, you get the sense that the intersection in terms of country policy and country laws, it comes in at labor standards, labor laws, the need for environmental impact assessments, environmental permits, within the framework of the National Environmental Management Act, and these are incredibly standard, something in which most African countries also have, actually. The problem comes in, for me, is monitoring and evaluation, because a lot of these financial agreements are protected by NDAs. Okay, this is a very commercial thing, very normal, let me preface that. But in the case of South Africa, you have a very generic approach that then branches out to how projects are then monitored, depending on which managing institute, takes care of it. So, for example, if you have the Lesotho Highlands Water Project, very famous in South Africa, you have the Trans-Caledon Authority taking care of it on South Africa's side, and then the Lesotho Highlands Development Authority taking care of it on the other side. So these are the two managing entities that then start to work much closely with the communities, how they are affected, how finance is managed. And in that, there is the NDA. So in addition to that, you have this kind of clear commitment from the South African government, let me not be overly critical, that the South African government wants to improve service delivery, and it is unclear if these improvements are actually measured effectively. That is also a problem there. But there is also an awareness for the need to professionalize this bureaucratic government environment. So these are a little bit of the problems that cause immense frustration, not just with those trying to access information, but with many countries trying to do business with South Africa. That's that kind of context. Parliament, although it does have a robust interest in an active engagement, it doesn't actually have a say in public and private loans, in actually whether they are approved or not. So they could find that South Africa has already been approved for a loan, South Africa is in the process of receiving the funds for a loan, and Parliament has not actually had any say in engaging on this matter. And that is problematic for them because they engage on this matter perhaps 4 times a year, and it's done posthumously so. And there is no way for them to walk back damage that has already been done financially, specifically. So when you come to, in addition to that, you have a very vibrant civil society, and they're the ones who generally keep government in check to ensure that these loans are being, loans, finance, projects, whatever you want to call it in this sense. Civil society is usually the more robust watchdog that is able to engage. But these are very technical issues that civil society doesn't always have capacity to engage. And so it's incredibly important to have this kind of legal engagement from the side of civil society specifically. But there's not always the possibility as well. But just to close, I do have a few recommendations, specifically for the Chinese side and then for the South African side, as well as the African side. So the recommendation would be to work with civil society as you are today. You know, academia is part of civil society, for example, but robust meetings and hearing these kinds of views, especially at grassroots level, goes a long way, much further than it does engaging with government actors from time to time. Then the next one would be to provide more information about the regulatory environment that Chinese companies should be actually operating under. And in addition to that, explain the difference between FOCAC and BRI. I think it would be fantastic to be able to engage with those two different frameworks, be it a case of finance, be it a case of approach, that sort of thing. And then for South Africans, learn what your country system is. Unfortunately, it is a very technical, very legal kind of road that you walk, but it is worthwhile. It allows you to be more robust in how you engage as a very active citizen. Become an active citizen. And lastly, to those listening, invest in your civil societies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arena. Very, very important interventions there, and specific interventions too. Very, very beneficial to us all. Thank you so much. I understand that Prof. Zondi is online. If Prof is ready, given time constraints, if he can maybe come in with his intervention quickly so that he can be free. Prof?
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thanks, Arena, for covering so many things that one would have liked to do. I apologize that I'm unable to be with you physically there, though I had wished, but things just dislocated one another. But I'm happy that we are able to connect online. I also want to greet most sincerely the leadership of IGD and the organizers of this, and our colleagues from China and other colleagues. Allow me to focus our reflection on an attempt to understand why there is a gap, or I want to propose first that there is a gap between the aspirations of FOCAC and the actual tenure of cooperation between Africa and China. That there's a lot more promise than there is delivery, that there is not more aspiration than there is reality, that there is not a lot more ambition than there is motion, that there is not a lot more plan than is realized. And where do we place this? A number of points I want to place on the table with regard to this. The first one relates to a simple comparison between the speech by President Xi Jinping and the chairperson of the African Union Commission, Mohamed Mehmet, at the beginning of the FOCAC 2024, again compared to what was said in 2020 in the last summit, the summit before the one last week. The Chinese president outlines what is actually Chinese interests in all of this, around very specific concrete actions they want to take in relation to industrialization, in relation to trade, investment, in relation to technological cooperation, in relation to agriculture, energy, and a number of issues. And is able also to put figures to this in the end, of course, because it's got a budget for it, able to do that. On this part, the half of the speech by the AU chairperson, AU Commission chairperson, is about the significance of this relationship, the importance of this relationship. About a quarter of it is about the history of this relationship. all the way to October 2000 when FOCAC was launched in Beijing, all the way to the last summit. About another quarter of this is about the issues that have been agreed upon. Points out even that there is a shared China-Africa Vision 2035, that there are specific programs that have been agreed on going forward with regard to reducing the debt, about industrialization focus as a bigger focus than other areas, and the modernization effort, the new innovative development model, and what will be done in relation of technology transfer in relation to what the AU Commission chairperson called the Fourth Industrial Revolution, which the Chinese president calls the New Industrial Revolution. For those who don't fully understand, in Western thinking, there have only been 4 industrial revolutions and all are Western. And this is used to mean that the West is the only one that has given us industrial revolution. And the West counts in linear figures, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's how it works. And it's a constitution of a hierarchy, which says the center of the world, the center of knowledge, the center of innovation, the center of technology is the West. So accepting first, second, third, and fourth cannot coexist with being Afrocentric, with being anti-colonial, with being anti-domination, anti-imperialist. For to accept the linear 1, 2, 3, 4 is to accept the imperial model. Let's start. So the AU Commission chair accepts the imperial understanding of the industrial history. And the Chinese president accepts that there are new developments in the industrial revolution related to digital technology and correctly calls it new industrial revolution. We do not know whether this new is the 9th or the 20th or the 80th industrial revolution, because he does not want to discount the industrial revolution that took place in the Mapungubwa history, took place in the Indus Valley civilization, in the Korean civilization, in the Mongolian civilization, and other civilizations where industrial revolutions took place. So, but let me not belabor that. So he points out that there is this big focus on technology and education. And as I draw toward the close of his speech, and I'm hoping to see something to hang on, then the last part talks about general convergence of views between China and Africa about global reform. So I'll read the speech and I'm looking for an account of what was agreed and what has been done with what was agreed, and the scorecard. How far are we with this, or how behind are we with this? We get none of that. So that's one problem. That is one problem. The fact that I'm going to talk about the side I know, which is the African side. On the African side, we are satisfied with the warmth of the relationship, with general platitudes about what we agree and principles and values. We have not come to the point which is critical for the peoples of Africa, which is what exactly are we doing with the agreements of the last 24 years? What have we done in the last 4 years under his term now? He's been the CEO of the AU Commission. He gives us no account of what has been done under his presidency. No, because he's responsible for implementation. He's a CEO, he's an operation guy, he's an executive. No sense of what has been executed. And that can only be discouraging. He's only talk about broad general agreement, doesn't even respond to how the Chinese are doing, echo it or disagree with it. Simply goes on another tangent, talks about the warmth of relationship. That's one fundamental problem that I have. The second one is, if you compare the speech of the AU Commission chairperson and the speech of the AU chairperson. Now, the AU chairperson is the chair of the non-executive board of the African Union, and the AU Commission chairperson is the CEO. Now, the two must be aligned, even if the former is going to talk more political stuff, but he must be giving account of how far we've gone. No, the speech is almost like the very first speech ever spoken on FOCAC. So it goes back to 2000, and tells a whole lot of stories. Now, Amilcar Cabral used to say, and it's a point that is made by Frantz Fanon as well, that the tales of posterity, the tales of old, will not placate and address the challenges of the current generation and the future generation. Telling us we come from far, we used to struggle, we do that, does not tell us how we are solving problems going forward. So on both speeches, therefore, are indistinguished. They both talk from almost the same script, and none of them focuses on what really matters, which is what is in it for us here? What have we done? What lessons have we learned? What are we hoping to do differently? A kind of a business-like speech. It doesn't. Secondly, now we've got to, if the two leaders are not going to give you a sense of that business-like report back to the peoples of Africa and the peoples of China, then we're going to have to look at key leaders of the nation state in the hope that if the AU does not take implementation of FOCAC as seriously as possible at a technical level, then perhaps the nation states are the implementing mechanisms anyway, because the African Union is not a supranational organization, but it's an intergovernmental organization, which means the implementation is at national level. Now, pick up a number of them. There is almost a unanimous need to talk about platitudes and broad agreements and repeat what we have heard over the past 4 years. I haven't looked at all speeches, but I looked at 5 speeches trying to look at key leaders of countries by region. I looked at Ghana, looked at Egypt, I looked at Kenya, I looked at South Africa, and I looked at Gabon, Central Africa. It confirms the conclusion about the first issue. Now we come to the third thing I want to say. It seems to me, if you look at the reports on the BRI, the Belt Road Initiative, promoting trade links and investment links across the world, that it is much easier to get an account of what has been done if you look at a Chinese report. And we are not able to get an African report. So then it means now the technical organs of the African Union, including NEPAD, including the Economic Office at the Commission itself, and those responsible for international partnerships, none of them are collecting and collating data that can then be used. If we are not going to be told by leaders what is being done, we researchers need to get data to then do that on their behalf. We are not going to get African data. Now, what struck me, the CEO of the African Union Commission himself quotes the IMF for financials around the Africa-China relationship, looking at broad aims. it really, really shocks me that even in this relationship, we are not saying, let's build the capacity for Africa to collect data, let's build the capacity for Africa to do project management so that we are able to report on this or able to monitor implementation. No, you're not. You're only asking for debt relief and debt financing to ease the loans. But all of that is not invested into agreements within FOCAC. It's a strange thing. That element is something I want to come back to later. Then if you look at, for example, data under infrastructure development on railways, on highways, on airports, on ports, and power generation facilities as per the agreements, you will find data, but it's with the data about the Chinese reporting what effort they have made. You're not getting the data on the other side that confirms that, but also that indicates met with what effort on our side, even if effort is non-financial. If we come to the second area of major agreement, which is debt relief and debt financing, you can get what kind of relief has been offered and preferential loans and export credits that has been offered. But there is no sense of what then are the Africans doing to reinvest what they save from debt relief into implementing, say, the infrastructure part of the agreement, or the trade and investment part, or the health cooperation part, or peace and security part of something. We're not getting a sense of, having got the relief, we are using the relief in order to better implement Agenda 2063 or ACFTA in this area or that area. So this relief is seen as simply gift to keep things as they are for business as usual. Secondly, you are not getting a sense of what is being discussed, at least broadly, for general agreement, if there's no specific plan, on sustainable debt management on the African continent, not subject of a debt relief again in future. We don't get that. Now we come to the third area of trade and investment. We get a sense of what are the quotas, what are the allowances for duty-free and quota-free access to Chinese market for African products. And indeed, you do get in the Ghana speech and in South Africa speech what trade they've been able, what kind of amount of goods they've been able to send to China, which is quite pleasing because at least you get some little bit of that. But if you look at the rest of many of the other leaders, you hear nothing about having been given duty-free and quota-free access to a huge and financially strong market that is over 1 billion big, such as China. What have we done to harness that? When we have so many products, we have so many agricultural products that the Chinese want, there are so many other forms of products, even industrial products that we do, you don't get a sense of what it is. Because it seems that the AU Commission does not ask South Africa and the rest of the countries, give us the figures about what we've been able to trade, so that we are able to report on behalf of the whole continent in aggregate terms what we are getting. We don't get any of those. What you get is what has been the allowance, and the second thing, what agreements then, in terms of trade and investment agreements and frameworks, have been signed to take advantage of that, but not what then has been done with it. It's almost as if agreements are an achievement. If you come to the fourth area, which is health cooperation, a lot about the Chinese support for Africa's fight against malaria, Ebola, and COVID-19, but almost nothing in relation to vaccine development, in relation to medical technology, in relation to support for the further development of indigenous medicine, which would have been naturally what the Africans would insist on, so that you over long time, you produce over long-term sustainable outcomes in line with the Magna Carta, 1973 commitment to health for all. If we come to the fifth area, and I'm about to close, of human resource capital development, there you're able also to see that a number of Africans have benefited from scholarships, from training, for educational changes, and all of those kind of things. But you're getting what the Chinese are able to report because they're receiving and they're keeping data, but they're not getting a sense of what element of the Chinese are coming onto the African continent. A lot of it, there's a lot, but we're not accounting for that. The Chinese that come to Africa to learn, come to Africa to pass lessons, to interact, to cooperate, such as in the university system. There's a huge amount of cooperation with it, but we are not able to account for it as a basis of saying this FOCAC is producing the goods. So as a result, we underreport, we allow this to look like it's a talk show. The sixth area is peace and security, of course. This one, Africa, during the tenure of Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma as the AU Commission purpose, had decided that it would use this relationship to beef up logistical support for Africa's fight against conflict and terrorism, including technological and intelligence mechanism and equipment, in order to build Africa's capacity to manage things on its own. And the Chinese committed to this. But we hear no report about whether that has happened. The indications are that that ideal was an ideal, but was not followed through. The seventh area is agriculture and poverty eradication. We're not able to account for the initiatives in this area, though we know there was commitment to initiatives in relation to agricultural technology, irrigation systems, food security, food sovereignty, and so on. With regards to the area of climate change and environmental correction, of course the pledges are there, especially towards renewable energy, and of course the projects we can see, but we are not quite clear how this fits into an Africa-wide energy plan. Lastly, in relation to industrialization and technological cooperation, of course the establishment of special economic zones and industrial parks was all agreed, and the technology transfer agreements were all agreed, but it is hard to identify where are then these best practices, best cases where this was done. Which special economic zones and industrial parks are giving us value and which ones are not? Why are the ones delayed, and what can be done better? So that this summit should have been unblocking the blockages and finding new ways to enhance the relationship, rather than to simply manage this almost like a crisis, to keep the FOCAC going instead of muscling the FOCAC to do bigger and better things forward. Then, in closing, therefore, the challenge then that we face, and the challenge we are going to continue to face, is that the African continent is let down by the nation states it has. The nation states we have are not yet developmental states. They have not yet built up a capacity to ensure that what they do relates to the quality of life of people, development. And that it relates less to simply managing political sovereignty, but it trickles down to lives of the people. Unfortunately, this which we have known for a while, the need for a transition of an African state from a post-colonial state to a capable developmental state, has not happened. As a consequence, the sum total of African response to this and other strategic partnerships, partnerships with the US, partnerships with the EU and others, are undermined by failure to translate agreements to changing people's lives. And lastly, the failure to build a strong relationship between the state and society, state and civil society, state and the people, means that a lot of what is done, it relies on the political elite working on their own with very little accountability that they need. Given that, what we need on the continent, we need to push for very quickly, I think, is one, a common African position on strategic partnerships as a whole. There was a review of strategic partnerships under Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma. We now need to move from just a review of strategic partnership and say this is going to be the outlook on how we relate with China, with Japan, with Korea, with Iran, with the US, with EU, and everybody else. That's one. The second one, we need an Africa plan for China. But what I mean by that is that the 54 African countries need to meet on their own to look at opportunities and challenges and look at possibilities with China and find a way to consolidate the national plans, if they are there, into an all-embracing plan where everybody can see it. That will enable the AU Commission, if it wants to do the game of operational management of these relationships, and this relationship, a lot better. And that's my humble contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. That was quite comprehensive. Thank you so much for allowing us the privilege to hear this very rich contribution. Thank you so much. Colleagues, we are literally short, we've run out of time, but we do have one last person, that would like to, we have prepared to make a contribution. Dr. Sun from Fudan University is also with us online. We might not have enough time for questions and answers, but if we could allow Dr. Sun to make a presentation, and perhaps colleagues could email us questions, and we could ask panelists to respond to them, and then perhaps we could publish them on our website. And you can then be in a position to engage with them in that way. Professor Sun, go for it.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Is my voice clear enough?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much for the invitation. I didn't know that the discussion can be so rich. Obviously, because of a time conflict, I missed the first panel, but the second panel, I listened quite humbly for the panelists' reflections on the success or relative disappointments of this FOCAC meeting. As a historian myself, I would like to probably start with the history part, as not to, repeat the kind of old ABC basic information about this FOCAC scheme, but rather to tease out some of the distinct features when this framework was established at the first beginning. So hearing particularly the reflections offered by Professor Zondi, it was, I would say, this form of multilateralism, if it means equal participation by member states, including also African Union, then China's stronger capacity has effectively, I would say, turned this mechanism into 53 pairs of bilateral relations under a single architecture. An obvious indication is that this FOCAC meeting meets every 3 years, alternating between an African country and China, with the only exception of the 2021 virtual meeting. But this does not mean that FOCAC is China's one-man show. In terms of a vision and willingness to create the mechanism, it was certain African countries and leaders in the late 1990s that have eventually convinced the Chinese counterparts in finally coming up with a concrete plan. During the preparation and negotiation of the first ministerial conference in 2000, FOCAC was designed to be uniquely different from the Franco-African Summit, the Commonwealth Africa Summit, and the Tokyo International Conference on African Development, which were grouped and labeled as the so-called Western design. Unlike China's other multilateral platforms, FOCAC, I think, also served as China's visions to promote and project itself as a rising leader of an alternative world order, as well as to promote concrete national interests. Without time to go into every detail of this initial development, I would like to highlight some main factors I think that make this whole scheme into existence. The first proposals actually were made by officials from African countries such as Benin. At that time, the Minister of Planning, Economic Rehabilitation and Employment Promotion visited China in September 1997 and suggested to then Chinese Vice Premier Zhu Rongji that such a multilateral cooperation mechanism to be established as an initiative of both China and Benin. And they initially called this Asian African Development Forum, which means that it involves not only governments, but also businessmen, scholars, and various other actors. Because the minister, Thibaudier, is a leading intellectual and seasoned diplomat, so he had also even considered as the former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan's most trusted experts, in a way that he managed to send this strong message to the Chinese leadership at the time. The initial finding was that a multilateral forum involving a large number of countries would be difficult to organize. And this was because of, again, logistical difficulties, the lack of manpower for Chinese foreign ministry at the time. And 1 year later, there was an African diplomats workshop. And they had a similar proposal, this time mainly led by Ahmed Haggad, who was then the Secretary General of the OAU. So that was before AU was reformed and changed the name. And during this meeting, he explicitly proposed the establishment of a multilateral cooperation scheme. And then again, this proposal was not immediately adopted because, again, based on the similar reasons of China was lacking experience at the time. But we see, following this visit, there were multiple schemes and meetings organized, and there are lots of many other African countries from, for example, Mauritius, Egypt, Eritrea, Nigeria, Zambia, Zimbabwe. They also frequently visited and proposed something similar. So I think all these proposals by African officials at the time, that finally, I think, convinced Chinese leaders at the time to take it more seriously into consideration. And it was eventually the then Madagascar's foreign minister, Laila, who eventually prompted the Chinese government to take certain actions. You will say that if the foreign ministry was the main partner of pushing forward for a lot of these schemes to be established, then foreign Ministry of Foreign Trade and Economic Cooperation was also quite crucial. And the two ministries jointly submitted a report to the central government. And then they carefully started the obstacles and also the opportunities presented by the scheme. And I would say that according to Chinese scholars who study about this FOCAC scheme, there were four main distinct points that they try to emphasize when these people were really seasoned diplomats of Africa. They think there were four main points for the forum to do. Firstly is the emphasis on the unique difference between FOCAC and other international mechanisms for cooperation with Africa. Secondly, there was an indication to execute the outcomes and implement the initiatives of the conference. Again, I learned from Professor Zongli on this point in terms of whether AU was taking active actions as we expected them to be. And thirdly, development-centered approach, which is very clearly seen from a lot of the speeches and reports and the meetings, of course, is a very strong emphasis on modernization and, of course, economic development and trade opportunities. And finally, there's an emphasis on China's unique role in contributions to Africa's human resources development. And on this final point, I would like to connect with one of the thematic debates we have for this panel is on the kind of three main things as drivers of development, which are gender, women. From the previous talk by Professor Wu Huifang and also other colleagues who talk about, for example, the role of rural development, particularly how Chinese rural women had mobility and agency to conduct small business through WeChat platforms as well as other e-commerce platforms. I take a closer look at the action plan following this conference. There were basically three main sections talking about these drivers of development. On the first point, national governance, modernization, and mutual learning among civilizations, there's an emphasis on mutual learning in terms of to promote exchanges and mutual visits among the youth and strengthen experience sharing on gender equality and women empowerment. On this point, actually, I would like to throw up something that I feel probably this action plan could do better. I am a student of African history and African studies in general. I often recall concepts in African philosophy, things like Ubuntu, being quite relevant to what we are facing now, I think collectively as humanity. Not only we are talking about specific minority groups, but also in general we try to relate to other people's experience, whether it's suffering or affluent situation where they have more wealth and so on. So now development inequality was such a main thing, and there are lots of conflicts of interest that push people to think in a more kind of zero-sum game mindset. I feel this is quite a dangerous trend, not only personally in terms of how you think about your classmates as students, your family members, a sense of jealousy of your friends or colleagues, but also internationally, this zero-sum game-minded in international politics resulted in a lot of conflicts, like even in cases like we have wars and the kind of strong emphasis on national interests being non-compromised, and they all have their own claims over authority, over resources, and so on. So perhaps it's quite important to think about what binds civilizations together. We're not only talking about China, Africa, but something bigger is to learn really, I mean, I'm being a Chinese, but like from the Chinese that try to learn from the African side, is perhaps these philosophies that to root us back to the traditional sense of value and how we see humanities bound people together. On that point, I also feel that perhaps it is important to talk about how we try to push for kind of mutual understanding between each other. This is, again, all these government papers are on the state level. It's quite formalized. But as an individual, there was power in these individualist experiences for cases like me, myself, growing up in China, but being educated in a quite international background, got to travel and learn from many African countries, from my fieldwork, study, and exchanges, interviews with African friends, colleagues, teachers, and so on. This pushed me to think something wider about what women and youth and students can do at the stage. And I would also like to highlight their other aspect of this FOCAC action plan. On the point of 8, which subtitle is Support for Talent Development and Empowerment of Women and Youth in Africa, there was a whole big section, 8.3, Women and Youth. They put the two groups together. If I try to think about the intersection of these two identities, so upwards part that I can think of is actually female students. And I also think that education is what binds these two identities together. And as a university teacher, lecturer, I myself frequently see how education opportunities presented to young females both in China and in different African countries, present them with opportunities. This, again, I would like to say not to say it is also an individualist or liberalist story of being, how to say, supported all this libertarian concept, but rather I think there is also a sense of collectivity, that how we understand the unique opportunities that created by your peers, enabled by your government, by your family and society in general. So I would like to think about this in this way, and then to connect with AU strategy for gender equality and women's empowerment, 2018 and 2028. There were actually 8 target groups being mentioned in this AU strategy, which were, the first one is youth, second one is women living in rural areas, third one is women living with disabilities, and then migrant women, men and boys. Particularly, I would say the first 3 target groups of this AU strategy were also included in this FOCAC document. And there were a lot of emphasis on education, on science, technology, on innovation, entrepreneurship, and so on. And also, I would say, disability as well. There was relatively little emphasis probably in this document on the point of migrant women or men and boys being included specifically in the report. For that part, I'm thinking about the kind of alignment of this AU strategy and then the China's model of development based on its own history, which I think Professor Wu has done a great job in highlighting the Chinese way of doing gender equality and development, and the way of promoting always economic development being hand in hand with the empowerment of women and youth. So these 2 issues were not separated. In order to achieve gender equality and to promote youth empowerment, you need to provide economic basis and to give them education opportunities, not only to those people with relatively good social backgrounds, but those people who did not have access to these resources in the first place. So in this place, I would say privatization to education sector would not be the solution, but rather, again, a harmonious kind of relationship between the public and private sectors are important. So you can have at least some infrastructure for education for people who do not have access to resources, so they can finish their tertiary education. They can perhaps also benefit from a lot of these professional trainings as well. But there was also, again, from the Chinese university scholarship and education in general, I would like to offer some advice or thoughts on this point, is that perhaps the Chinese government, instead of offering only language training, free language training courses to African students, but rather you could also organize more kind of liberal art type of education, like the one I received in my college, in the sense that create a platform to discuss important things like African philosophy, the things that we didn't have opportunity to study as a student in the Chinese system. Secondly, I think there's more work to be done in terms of evaluating the effectiveness of Chinese scholarships. I always recommend that we should establish more robust alumni network for African students who studied in China, and to connect with each other in terms of themselves would organize events and provide information, sharing information. This is, again, a very much in nature Pan-Africanist initiative. And I have personally been lucky to be involved in organizing some of these events to connect at least Shanghai-based African Students Association and so on, and to give them practical advice in terms of how to get jobs, how to take advantage of this special experience in China and education, and to benefit their later professional development. So on these points, I would like to probably finish my presentation, and would like to, if you have any questions or things, would like to follow up on that by email. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sun. And yes, all IGD events will always be rich, so you can expect that much. Thank you so much for your rich inputs. We expected it. Colleagues, we have run out of time, and it's once again we repeat the call. If you have any further if you have questions for the panelists, please send them to us, and we'll ask them to respond to them and perhaps publish them on our website. If maybe we could give Councillor, if Councillor still wants to give his remarks, and we will close it on that particular note. Councillor, please. Thank you so much, colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have a paper to save time. I think thank you very much, Dr. Philani Mutembo, and our panel, two moderators and panelists, either physically today and virtually from China. Thank you for your insights. It's very inspiring. And also, I must thank our participants today. Thank you for your patience. It shows that our topic is attractive, and also the panelists, your remarks is very inspiring. I know that one question is turned to my ambassador is about agriculture cooperation, but to save time, because Professor Chin and Professor Wu, they have answered this question. I don't want to elaborate too much. Maybe after this seminar, if you have further question, you can turn to me. I will be still here. I only have two issues. First, it's about the independence of Africa. Before I came to South Africa, I worked for the Secretariat of FOCAC for 5 years. And also I experienced the Johannesburg Summit in 2015 and Beijing Summit, last summit in 2018. And also this year, also I participate some of the work. We think Africa is Africans' Africa. It's not anyone else. So when we are seeking cooperation with this continent, we discuss together, work together and benefit together. So we respect that Africa must be on the driver's seat when we are conducting cooperation. That is China's, I think it's our principle or basic line. You remember before the summit, there will be the senior ministerial meeting and also the ministerial meeting, and also we discuss with our counterpart simultaneously through the African diplomatic corps, your embassies in Beijing and also the capitals respectively. So I must say that without Africa's cooperation, we cannot do anything. That is my first issue. I think China must synergize our capacity with the demands of this continent, while at the same time, we must synergize our capacity with the potential and also China's advantage with the potential of this continent. The second is still about the international cooperation. Ambassador says we learn from AGOA. As you know that FOCAC is not the first mechanism that with this continent. It's a TICAD. It's 7 years before the FOCAC. But China, we think that I have been working in this continent for over 10 years. The longer I stay in this continent, the more complex I found it is. Well, it's in the map, it's a continent. Well, it's a whole one. But South Africa is different from Namibia, from Lesotho, let alone North or East Africa. So I don't think that China alone, US alone, or EU alone, or any other developing, we say the emerging, or the new developed country, whether we can do it alone. We need to join together. We must work together. That is why we see FOCAC is inclusive and openness. So that is my point. And finally, I must thank again to IGD and also the scholars. Today, I know I saw many old faces. We are friends in the past several years. And also, I get to know many new friends. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you very much, Councillor. And I think, you know, it's good, and I think, and I hope the research community utilizes the fact that we have people who were actually working in the FOCAC Secretariat, people, you know, like also Ambassador, who have really worked very closely on Africa-China issues. So I'm just hoping that our research community makes full use of, you know, having people like you in South Africa to better understand some of the internal mechanisms within these fora. And so from my side, it's just ready to say thank you very much to the partners in this dialogue, especially to the Embassy of the People's Republic of China. There is a huge research and dialogue task ahead, and I think we will continue to knock on your door as the embassy to say these are some of the research areas that are emerging that need to be looked at, and this is how we can partner together going forward. And so with that, colleagues, lunch is being served outside. The recording is on our YouTube page if you've missed certain sections that you want to go through. And also there will be a report that is also shared with colleagues. And so lunch is just out here. I think those who have parked in the hotel, you can also get a voucher or something, you know, that so that you don't have to pay for parking and all of that. But really from our side, colleagues, this has been quite a rich discussion. Thank you very much, and enjoy your lunch and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.